Chapter 772. Let me go. I said let me go. Elther fought with all his might. But, compared to the generals that remained and just how many of them there were, Elther was just a young boy without a chance. With so many restraining him at once, he had no chance of breaking through. Rage lit his features, his body breaking into his battle form and even shattering the chains that held him down. But, even this wasn't enough. It only made the strikes he suffered even heavier. The Oryx were never a light-handed race. Even knowing that this was their new king, they didn't hold back. They refused to allow him to charge off into a battle that meant nothing but death. He was their future, their light and their hope. If they ever wanted a chance to avenge their king, they needed him to grow and mature. Or else their kingdom wouldn't last very much longer. Even as they pummeled their young king into the ground, their fists heavy, tears streamed down their faces in an endless torrent. Not a single one of them looked toward their king's back receding into the distance. But, they all knew that this was the last time they would see him. Elther collapsed onto the ground, his bones beaten and broken. He couldn't stand even if he wanted to. It felt as though every inch of his body had suffered a severe injury other than his organs themselves. However, somehow, he still found the strength to pound the ground with his fists, his wail spreading through the entire Oryx army. He's a king. I'm the warrior. I should be on the front line. Not him. Not him. The ground cracked, splintered, and cratered beneath his strength, his pupils darkening the more rage he felt. All around, the upper echelon of the Oryx kingdom stood. The only sound for miles seemed to be the cries of their young king. Lionel felt his arms almost shatter the instant he made contact. His leverage in the air wasn't the best to begin with since he had to rely on a piece of earth floating beneath his feet, but he had a feeling that even if he had such leverage, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Alexander was immovable. His palm stopped the blade of his quasi-silver spear as though it was any ordinary weapon. The forces of repulsion almost blasted Lionel back to the ground. At least, it seemed like it was just almost. Until the piece of earth beneath his feet shattered and he was sent careening into the city below as though a falling meteor. The air shot out of Lionel's body. In these years he hadn't managed to progress past the Tier 4 stage of his fourth-dimensional metal body because he couldn't find the specific ores he needed in this place. However, this didn't mean that his body wasn't obscenely sturdy. Even though he didn't cough up blood, though, his inner organs were rattled. Falling from almost 30 meters in the air like that was tough even for him. Yet, Lionel shot out in the next instant, appearing in the skies again with a whole barrage of broken stone and earth following behind him. Lionel unleashed a flurry of attacks, the tip of his spear exploding with flames as bombs of fire erupted in the skies. Alexander calmly glided backward, navigating through the earthen projectiles flying toward him at astonishing speed as though he was skating on ice. Every time he lightly pressed his palm forward, Lionel's attacks would be rebuffed as though meeting an impenetrable wall. The attacks almost seemed to be nullified completely and none of the strength even traveled to the other parts of Alexander's body. A defensive type ability? Is it just his palm? Or is it his whole body? Lionel's white gold wings appeared once more, his body erupting as bronze runes surged throughout his skin. A violet red colored his eyes as his strength exploded. He hopped from floating rock to floating rock, his speed growing faster and faster. Harmonic spear. At that moment, Lionel's body was suddenly cloned, each of them seemingly leaving afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, he looked to be everywhere at once, both being a long distance from Alexander and a short distance at the same time. Alexander's eyes narrowed. Spears descended toward him from all directions. Just when it seemed that he would be skewered, his force surged. Bang! All the images dissipated at once, leaving just one Lionel piercing toward Alexander's back. However, rather than the image of him being run through that many might have expected, a spherical shield had appeared all around Alexander, making Lionel's arms rattle. There was just a slight pause before Lionel found himself being shot out once again. Like a ball out of a cannon, he crashed through the city, bounding through walls and the stone-tiled grounds. Lionel coughed, shaking his head. Looking up into the skies, he saw Alexander looking toward him with an indifferent expression. So it is a defense ability fueled by world force. No wonder even my quasi-silver spear can't break his defenses. His ability is probably equivalent to a sixth-dimensional one with the support of his world force. And, unlike his titled knights, he doesn't have to call out his title, but Goggles said that this Alexander had an ability related to words. Was that wrong? Or am I missing something? Lionel slowly stood, his expression indifferent. It was as though he wasn't the one who had just suffered such a loss. It seems it's time for you to make your debut. Lionel pierced his spear into the ground, his momentum growing fiercer as force whistled around him. At that moment, the halo above his head began to glow fiercely, expanding a fold in size as it continued to tremble. Then, it grew another fold, then another. Eventually, the halo was over 2 meters in diameter alone, shining such a bright bronze violet that it almost looked like a violet gold. When it reached its peak, it descended over Lionel's body, reaching his feet in a single bound. Nothing seemed to have happened. But, as it rose back over Lionel's body, a brilliant armor began to appear. Chapter 773. The whipping winds came to a grinding halt. Beaming sunlight reflected off of the plates of armor. Bright silvers and delicate blacks alternated along its elaborate patterns. Just its presence alone seemed to make time itself stop, an eerie stillness hanging all around it. As the halo passed over Lionel's head, it was slowly covered by a helmet, sealing away his handsome, indifferent features. A light clicking locked everything into space. As though it had come alive, the armor shrunk a size, clinging to Lionel's armor as though it was nothing more than a second skin. This was the true ability of divine armor. It didn't function like a normal armor would. For all intents and purposes, it had become a living, breathing part of Lionel's body. When it was damaged, it would be repaired. When it moved, it would have a flexibility other armors couldn't match. Its power was now Lionel's own, its presence Lionel's presence. Lionel ripped his spear out from the ground, the world quaking beneath his benign action. White gold wings spread along Lionel's back once more. The contrast between his silver-black armor and them seemed to dazzle the world. However, whatever absent-mindedness one could have had vanished when Lionel suddenly shot forward. In a blink, he was already above Alexander. Without any aid, he stepped into the air as though it was as easy as breathing, his spear descending with such forcefulness that one would have thought that his goal was to split the planet below rather than the man before him. Alexander's pupils constricted. He was able to fly not because of an ability, but because of world force which granted him such a strength. This was the first time he had seen someone who shouldn't have a flying ability do so. None of the reports he had received ever mentioned this armor, nor did any mention his ability to fly. It was clear that this was a trump card that Lionel had left hidden just for this exact moment. Alexander reacted quickly, his palm shooting outward toward Lionel's blade just as it always had. But, in that moment, he suddenly felt as though his hand was moving through a wall of wind or a depth of quicksand. It slowed considerably even though he felt it was moving just as fast as it originally was. The cognitive dissonance threw him for a loop. However, it was then an alarming sense of danger shook him to his core. Without hesitation, he shot backward. Lionel's spear descended. In one moment it was before Alexander's palm. But, in an act that could only be said to break the laws of reality, it appeared past it in the next instant. It didn't even seem to have teleported. Somehow, it felt that it had always been there. Alexander's dodge came just in time, but he was too late to stop his kingly robes from being torn in two, a shallow line of blood running down his chest. Alexander's acceleration met the same muddy pastures. It was as though he was locked down from all sides. No matter where he moved, how he moved, or how much effort he put into it, it felt as though his speed had been cut down drastically. The sight of the apex suddenly finding himself on a back foot left those watching stunned. To a degree, these even included those of the rebel army. But, very soon, they began to roar at the top of their lungs, emotions they had been bottling up for decades bubbling forth. Lionel's spear spun in his hands. Through the air, he took slow and deliberate steps forward, bearing down on Alexander. His spear lashed out, splitting into two of its three parts. The blade shot forward like an arrow, completely unaffected by the same slow in speed Alexander was. In fact, it seemed to have become even faster than it would be normally. Alexander put up his barrier once more. The only way he had managed to keep his head all this time was by protecting his body from all sides like this. However, just when he was expecting the blade to pierce at his chest, it vanished, a massive pressure slicing into the shield to his back. The sight left the nobles in horror. By now, they were absolutely certain. It was a spatial ability, and a devastating one at that. Lionel's chain snapped back into place, but in one fluid motion, he spun the opposing side forward, sending another chain snaking forth. What began as a slow, methodical approach became a torrential assault in the blink of an eye. The sound of snapping and retracting chains rang through the battlefield, shadows of gray and silver whipping about as Lionel practically used the supposed king for target practice. Alexander's expression darkened. As though he was hiding in a turtle shell, he could only take the endless barrage, the sound of clanging metal ringing in his ears endlessly. Looking at the armored figure standing in the skies even above him, his heart filled with intent to murder. It had been a very long time since someone truly thought to test his sovereignty. He had never really counted Normand. In his eyes, such a man was nothing more than a rat struggling on his very last breath, a rodent caught in a trap without even the slightest chance to escape. However, this was very different. This sort of assault on his rulership was unprecedented. He was Alexander the Apex. This world was nothing more than a stepping stone to him. There would come a day where he ruled this universe and would become the true apex of all. Alexander roared, what remained of his robes shattering to reveal a powerful and toned torso. The singular line of red running down it quickly healed, a large pillar of light descending from the skies. At that moment, he truly evoked his apex title, his strength soaring. He tore a trail forward through Lionel's domain, his palms squeezing into fists. With a single punch forward, a golden fist appeared in the skies. It felt as though the world might collapse at any moment. Chapter 774. Lionel's cold and calculating eyes watched as this golden fist bore down on him. As though it was still being constantly fueled by the energies of the world, it continued to expand in size. From matching Alexander's fist, it was soon larger than even Lionel's body, wanting to crush him into minced meat. Lionel didn't seem to realize that this fist was meant for him. He remained unmoving, his spear being held between his fingers and thumb as though it was as light as a feather. In his mind, thoughts of Normand continued to surface. The pain of the commoners, the nightmare of the nobles. All the pains and atrocities this man had committed in the name of maintaining his power and strength. Lionel found that there were too many people like this in the world. It was just that not all of them had the power Alexander had. It was as though a cancer had been brewing in the dimensional verse for millennia, but not a single person had been able to do a thing about it. Those that were at the bottom simply suffered in silence. Those at the top perpetuated it to hold on to their power. Those that managed to raise up from the former and enter the ranks of the latter believed that their hard work gave them the right to do as they pleased. Maybe the third group of people was the worst. They had perspectives on both sides, and yet they chose to maintain the status quo, saying garbage like those at the bottom should just work harder as though they had a monopoly on what it meant to put in effort. Such people completely forgot about what help they might have received, what luck they might have stumbled into, what aid someone else had given them. Once they succeeded, nothing else mattered to them than to make sure others knew they reached their goals while you didn't because you didn't work hard enough. And then there was this Alexander. He was already at the top of this world, but Lionel could see the ambition in his eye. It couldn't have been more obvious. This king had already been lucky, being born into royalty in the first place. Now whatever card he had up his sleeve that made him so confident that he could face the whole of the dimensional verse. Do you think that he felt he was lucky to stumble into such an opportunity too? No. He probably thought that he was destined for such a fate. That it was his hard work that put him in position to benefit from such a boon. That he deserved it. It all sickened Lionel to the very pits of his stomach. Why was it that he never thought his life was more valuable than another's? Wasn't it obvious that he was worth more? Just look at his talent, just look at his strength. Him dying wasn't the same as another dying, how could it be? But this was never how Lionel had seen it. Why did his talent give him more worth than someone else? He had been lucky to be born to a father from the seventh dimension. He had been lucky to be born to a talented mother who could catch such a man's eye. He was lucky to have a grandmother from a sixth-dimensional family, lucky to have a grandfather who ruled a world with eighth-dimensional potential. What had he done to deserve any of this? He won a lottery. That was all it was. He hadn't earned anything. And neither did this false king before him. Such trash with an overinflated sense of worth, all because they were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. Lionel hated them all. In the past, he hadn't been able to put his thoughts together so clearly, to understand what it is that sickened him so much with such clarity. But he understood now. If there was anything that could change the world, it would be reliant on those at the bottom to rise up. It would require those who understood the plight of those lesser than them, those were deemed lucky enough to win the dimensional versus lottery, who would have to choose to do something. So, right here and now. In this world. Lionel chose to do something. A dense black energy coated Lionel's spear. Its presence alone made space quake, the fabric of reality threatening to tear apart. He rose his arm into the skies. When it descended, silence reigned, Alexander's roar coming to a deathly silence. A scythe of spatial elemental force tore through the air, splintering the massive golden fist in two as though it was deflating a balloon. Lionel took a step forward, his body vanishing only to appear before Alexander. The apex? The greatest speed. The greatest strength. The greatest power. But who cared? That was only the apex in this false king's small worldview. Lionel would show him the view of a person far luckier than he was. He would show him an apex above his. Die. Lionel said coldly. Alexander shot a fist forward, still believing in his barrier. But, at that moment, Lionel's blade vanished. When it reappeared, it had already crossed Alexander's defenses, appearing above his collar. Before Alexander could even react, the blade had already cut into the traps of his shoulders, slicing his body across diagonally. Blood rained through the sky, Alexander's two halves flying through the air past Lionel without the ability to stop their momentum. But, as all things, this too eventually came to an end. With Alexander's eyes dimming, his body lost any strength it had, falling through the skies in a shower of crimson. Blood droplets hung around Lionel, completely unable to touch his body. They fell down one after another, bathing the capital in the life of their false king. The cheering of the rebel army came to a grinding halt. Had they done it? Had they really succeeded? Were their years of suffering finally over? Hot tears fell down their cheeks, falling to the lands that were now their own. Lionel stood in the skies, his armor glistening, his spear point relaxed. He looked up into the skies, a light smile hidden beneath his helmet. But, it was at that exact moment that his pupils constricted. His head whipped in the direction of Alexander's corpse, his expression frosting over. A deep cackle filled the air, the manic laughter plunging the temperature of the capital down by dozens of degrees. Chapter 775. The laughter held a madness that could only fill one with a sense of apprehension and fear. It was the kind of laughter that came from a man who had lost his mind, the kind only one who had stepped over their breaking point could produce. The two halves of Alexander's body began to stitch itself back together. As though it was a mere surface stitching, as he tried to rise up, his body threatened to fall apart again. However, slowly but surely, the connection became steadier and stronger. By the time Alexander had risen to his feet, the stitching began to mend itself, disappearing beneath healthy, healed skin. In the skies, Lionel watched on with narrowed eyes. He was trying to understand if he had made a mistake or not. Where had he gone wrong? What exactly was this ability? Where did it come from? Was this another ability of world force? Did Alexander's apex title give him superior healing? Now that Lionel thought about it, he had already injured Alexander once before in this battle. And, though it had been an exceptionally shallow wound, it had also healed very quickly. Or, could it possibly be something else entirely? Something he had no idea about? At this moment, the inconvenience of the dictionary shone through. He was certain that his father had done it on purpose. He didn't believe for a moment that his father didn't have the skill to make the dictionary more convenient to use. Even the people of Earth could make microchips the size of a single cell, let alone what his father would be capable of. Lionel could feel a great and suffocating aura coming from Alexander. At that moment, he didn't dare to take out the dictionary. He primed his entire body to be prepared for battle and could only think about this himself. Lionel's jaw set as Alexander's manic laughter only grew more pompous. Nothing about Alexander's actions made sense. If he had such power, why is it that he would allow things to reach this point? If he didn't have such power and this was nothing more than a facade, why was he wasting time laughing like this? All signs pointed toward this man having fallen into madness, but why did Lionel feel a cold, murderous and calculating intent constantly locked onto him? The feeling was both chilling and sticky, as though ice stuck to his skin was being forcibly peeled off. It was then that Lionel saw Alexander's eyes. With a single look, he understood where this feeling was coming from. Alexander's mouth was peeled open, his laughter ringing out to the point Lionel could even see his tongue vibrating. However, none of it seemed to reach his eyes. His irises were drenched in a cold fury, as though his laughter was out of humiliation rather than humor. It was exactly at that moment that Alexander's aura shattered and reformed itself. His entire being seemed to transcend. Lionel's pupils constricted. Fifth dimension. Nothing seemed to make any sense anymore. This was supposed to be a quasi-bronze zone. How could a fifth-dimensional threat appear here? Was it a unique zone? But where was the outside interference? Lionel had done too much research, too much due diligence in the past 2 years to have possibly missed an outside influence. He would have noticed it long ago. That, he was absolutely certain of. This aside, even if there was going to be an outside interference, they would have had to take some sort of action in order to cause this zone to evolve. But where had this action been taken? Lionel hadn't sensed any outside forces, no foreign energies, not even an unexpected change to the battlefield. On top of all of this, this was supposed to be a variant zone. The fact that Lionel had had to slave away for 2 years and still hadn't seen any sort of reward yet was already outside the norm, so how could this also happen as well? It couldn't be that all the variables had piled up to the point things reached this level of unpredictability? Was it even possible for him to fight a person on such a level? Before Lionel could even think about it any longer, he found that Alexander had appeared before him. A fist that felt like it could collapse worlds drew closer, swimming through a sea of dense spatial force with a speed that felt like it should be impossible. Lionel dodged to the side, barely using his divine armor's warp domain to leave unharmed. However, he instantly felt the drain, his body feeling like a fish out of water. Fueling his divine armor to slow the movement of a fourth-dimensional existence was one matter. But, to try to do that same against a fifth-dimensional existence was almost a fool's dream. Alexander stood in the air where Lionel had been, not moving an inch as the latter rose higher into the skies and made some distance between them. He seemed quite shocked that his blow hadn't landed. His manic laughter seemed to still hang in the skies, echoing through the slowly accumulating and graying clouds. He rolled his shoulder, seemingly stretching it out or getting used to his new strength. After a moment, he clenched his fist, causing all sorts of energies to begin rolling in from all sides. First it was world force. Then Lionel sensed universal force. Then there came a neutral force. The three together caused the space around Alexander to quake as the images of 4 dark seasons began to form around his body. The skies quaked, a rumbling, low growl of thunder accumulating momentum. In that moment, a single drop of rain rebounded off of Lionel's armor. To him, it almost sounded like a pin drop. And yet, it resonated through his mind like the roar of a lion, resonating through his armor with impunity. Then, Alexander's fist shot forward again. Chapter 776. Lionel roared, his spear vibrating with large amounts of spatial force as he met this golden fist. Sparks flew, what looked like arcs of black lightning contrasting against a sparkling gold. Lionel was continuously pushed back, his anchor in the sky and his strength not being nearly enough. Just to fly, he had to use the spatial force around him to his advantage. But, after just a single exchange with Alexander, it felt as though he could hardly bring forth this strength anymore. Just as Lionel was struggling with just a single one, Alexander appeared in the skies above him, his fist sending out a second strike. Lionel's pupils constricted, his arms trembling as he fought back. But, whatever small leverage he had facing one completely collapsed in the face of the second. Without suspense, his body practically crumpled, his armor threatening to shatter beneath the might of the two strikes. Bang! Lionel's body was forcefully tunneled into the ground, two fist imprints layering over one another to drive him further and further into the dirt. A silence hung over the battlefield as the small drizzles of rain became more frequent, picking up momentum until a constant rattle rang in all of their ears. Lionel shot out from the ground, his armor looking as pristine as when he first produced it. And yet, the state of his inner organs told a completely different tale. If it wasn't for his metal body and divine armor working as one, he might have been half dead already. But, even then, he already found it difficult to stand. Lionel took deep breaths, his gaze locking onto Alexander and his grip holding on tightly to his silver, double-bladed, spear. Dreamscape battle sense. A strong dream force suddenly swept over the battlefield. As though a scanner sweeping a probe, everything was reflected in Lionel's mind. Dream sense. Lionel's mind split almost 200 ways, each taking control of a different section of his body as though he was a machine to be operated rather than a human being. Lionel's body began to move with an extreme amount of precision. Even in cases where his muscles couldn't meet the mark, Lionel used his Earth variant affinity to take control of his armor and forcibly pull himself to the proper position. In this state, he had the greatest control over his body and the absolute clearest mind. If Alexander wanted a battle, he would get one. Even at this moment, Lionel could sense the heavy gazes on his back. He could see Gertrude's tearful eyes. He could see Roland's steeled jaw. He could see Goggles' clenched fist, Costello's warped polearm, Miles' bleeding lip, Austin's quivering knees. There were hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people reflected onto his mind, each and everyone looking toward him with a light of hope. The burden was heavy. So heavy that he felt it might sink his knees, crush his shoulders and shatter his back. And yet, he stood tall, his spear pointed forward. Lionel raised his foot, the space beneath him quaking. In the next instant, he vanished, appearing before Alexander. Yet, rather than attack, he took a step to the side. As though having read into the future, Alexander's fist punched at empty air, entering a space that would have run through Lionel's chest completely. The air shook, a deep trench tearing through the city below and causing explosion of dirt. Lionel's cold eyes flickered beneath the visor of his helmet, his spear sweeping upward in a motion to slice Alexander's arm off. A shield of force manifested once again. However, Lionel's spear didn't even connect. It shifted through space, continuing toward Alexander's arm as though no shield had been there to begin with. The sight of blade contacting skin played in all their minds. Yet, before anything could happen, Lionel vanished again. In his place, a blast of energy rocked the air, causing concentric circles of energy to radiate out. Lionel appeared again at Alexander's opposing side, his expression, hidden beneath his silver-black helmet, completely unfazed. He had already seen through Alexander's skill as a close combat expert. After entering the fifth dimension, one's ability to control the force in the air around them, as opposed to just the force in their bodies, reaches an all-new level. In that split instant, Alexander had used the jetting out of his elbow to counter Lionel. But, only the slightest twitch of the muscle was needed for Lionel to see completely through it. By the time Alexander understood what had happened, Lionel's spear descended again, slashing down on his left arm with full force. PCHU. Lionel's blade cut through Alexander's skin, only to be stopped by his flesh and bone. His spear, which had a sharpness he was keenly aware of, couldn't even take an arm off any longer. Lionel understood the problem. His stamina was already running low. He couldn't afford to fuel every attack with spatial elemental force. At the same time, the stamina he needed to upkeep the use of his divine armor at his current stage didn't allow him the right to use other elemental forces. In the end, he could only rely on his spatial force in this state, but it was simultaneously the most draining force he had. Lionel dodged out of the way of yet another strike, his labored breathing causing puffs of fog in the steadily increasing rainfall. Alexander's figure flickered, completely moving out of the way of Lionel's snaking chain blade. It was clear that he had given up on simply staying in place as the wound on his left arm rapidly healed before their eyes. Alexander didn't say a word. The rumbling universal force around him grew more fervent. Lionel vanished once again. Without a word, Alexander had appeared in the exact location he had been in, his fist eviscerating a quarter of his castle to dust without a care for the nobles that might have died inside. I wonder. How much longer can you keep that up? In that moment, over the horizon, the galloping of 3 purebred horses charged through the rain, entering the battlefield as Lionel and Alexander faced off. Chapter 777. Lionel took heavy, deep breaths. When he first created Dreamscape Battle Sense, he never thought that there'd come a day where he would become so proficient at it that his body would give out before his mind did. It almost felt like the greatest irony. Even now, facing a newly advanced 5th-dimensional entity, he was able to read, predict, and react to his actions without much issue. And, even though it had already been several exchanges, and even though he was using Dream Sense and splitting his mind and senses almost 200 ways, he had barely used 10% of his Dream Force stamina. But, every time Alexander moved with his spatial domain, every time he threw a punch and forced Lionel to slow him down, it was like another chunk of Lionel's life was taken. If his divine armor was removed now, it might look as though only a skeleton remained. Even his so-called heavy breathing was only heavy to him. By now, he hardly had the strength to take anything more than shallow, quick breaths. To make matters worse, the injuries he had suppressed after getting hit by Alexander the first time seemed to want to flare up again. Lionel's senses had long since locked onto the 3 oryx approaching from the distance. In fact, he had sensed them long before they even came into view. But, he really didn't know what to do about it. He couldn't even find a path to deal with Alexander. If these 3 decided to attack his army, he wouldn't be able to help even if he wanted to. A strange helplessness overtook Lionel as he was forced to dodge again. He coughed violently. Though no blood came out, it felt like searing hot coals were being plunged down his throat. His lungs felt as though they had been lit on fire. Despite his worry, Rollin, too, noticed the charging oryx. Realizing that the problem could become bad, he immediately took charge. Sending numerous signals, the left wing of the army did an about-face, grasping their weapons as they faced the oncoming assault. Alexander. The booming voice rolled over the thunder that quaked the skies. It was deep and held an undeniable majesty to it that resonated with one's heart and soul. Completely ignoring the army before him, the king of the oryx leapt from his steed, bolting through the air with his 2 generals in tow. World Force. Lionel smiled bitterly. He had already guessed that the king of the oryx would have the other half of this world's world spirit. But, if he really had to deal with 2 world force users, he would really be finished. Could it be that he would never be able to step foot outside of this world? Was all the blood, sweat, and tears he had poured into this meaningless? Lionel could almost feel the hearts of his army constrict. Then, as though madmen completely forgetting military law, the entirety of the rebel army surged toward the capital without thought for their safety. General. It didn't matter who it was. Whether it was Rollin all the way down to even the cowardly Goggles. They all seemed to have lost their rationality in that moment. When Lionel saw such a scene, he wasn't sure how to react. With happiness? With rage? The bitter sweetness made him feel as though the weight on his back was still growing heavier. By now, it was heavy enough to make him feel suffocated to an extreme. his heart pumping with a continuous pang. However, Lionel could have never guessed what would happen next. Just as he was preparing for a battle that would likely be his last, the Oryx King and his two generals appeared before the indifferent Alexander. As though he had already expected such a result, Alexander punched outward. Eyes steeled with determination, Everard stepped in its path, his mouth sputtering with blood as Alexander's fist shot through his chest. A wild grin painted the Oryx general's face. His claws stretched out, latching onto Alexander's arm as though his life depended on it, the only thing holding him up in the air being the Oryx King's world force. Alexander frowned and was about to pull his arm back, but the Oryx King appeared before cutting down with all the force his halberd could muster. Reacting quickly, Alexander shot a palm forward to block, only for Richard to step in its path. Though his face didn't carry the same wild, bloody grin Everard's had, his eyes had the glint of a madman. This glint, even after his chest was completely pierced through, even while Alexander glared back at him. Even while his king's halberd split his head in two on the way to Alexander's. Never faded. Lionel's heart trembled as he watched the Oryx King's halberd pass through his own general as though he wasn't there. Everything felt as though it was moving in slow motion. Lionel could see the trembling of the king's hand, he could see the sadness reflected in his eyes, he could see the pain trembling through his soul. The halberd killed an excellent general, only to be stopped by a shield of force manifested through thin air. "Do you really think this is enough to kill me?" Alexander said plainly, gazing upon the Oryx King's halted blade. "No." The Oryx King replied, his hands having grown frighteningly steady. At that moment, Lionel felt the king's gaze lock onto him. He didn't know why this king would choose to look toward him at that moment. But, he saw none of the disgust, rage, or blame he thought he would find. Instead, all he received was a calm smile. It was the kind of smile that told him to relax. That told him that someone with larger, stronger shoulders than his own would take on this burden for him. And then, the Oryx King erupted into flames. Everything around him from his halberd to his generals, to even himself imploded in a massive cascade of world force. Lionel's heart came to a grinding stop. Chapter 778. The fire reflected in Lionel's irises. He didn't know what was happening. He didn't know why or even how the Oryx King sacrificed himself. He didn't know if this was an ability of world force, if it was a lineage factor, or even if this was the Oryx King's original ability being fueled to a new level by his world force. Even with all his intellect, even with all his senses, he just couldn't understand. But maybe that was the way things were meant to be. When those at the top took on the greatest burden for themselves, wasn't it all to allow those beneath them to live on in ignorance? The flames, despite never touching the city below, seemed to engulf it whole. Whether it was the heat or the moment, it was all ubiquitous. This was likely a moment they would never forget. And yet, maybe the greatest irony was that they had treated this man as an enemy just moments ago. It was yet another bittersweet moment. But, it was one filled with an underlying respect that pounded through their hearts. Maybe, though, life wasn't filled with such fairy tales. Sometimes, even when the greatest sacrifice is made, even when all the tears are shed and all the hearts were broken, it still isn't enough. As the fires even Lionel didn't dare casually touch began to die down, the image of a singular man still standing in the air became clearer and clearer. By the time the flames faded away completely and they saw what remained, a horror could only grip their minds. There, Alexander stood. His skin was burnt black, flaking off to reveal bloodied, mangled flesh beneath. Both of his arms were nowhere to be seen and his once handsome features had all been burnt away to the point that one could make out bits and pieces of his skull. At that moment, the manic laughter appeared once again. As the rain sizzled and boiled, coming into contact with the supposed king, this laughter only grew. "Kill me? I am the apex." Alexander's voice boomed, the projection of his voice tearing a cyclone into the thick, black, cumulonimbus clouds coating the sky. Arcs of lightning flashed and thunder boomed. It looked like a hellish descent coming to reap all of their lives. "No." Lionel suddenly roared, his body flickering. But when he appeared again, he had traveled less than half the distance he had wanted to. Completely out of his range, Alexander had shot down from the skies, his armless body looking like an arrow through the rain as he appeared amidst the army. His mouth opened wide, skin flaking and falling from his skull even as he bit down. At that moment, from across the battlefield, Gertrude smiled. Even from so far away, Lionel could see it clearly. She knew Alexander was too fast for her to react to. She didn't even have time to raise her weapon. Her final thoughts were quite simple, really. If she was going to die anyway, wouldn't it be nice to see his face one last time? It was just a shame that his head was covered in that damned armor. Gertrude's throat was ripped out by Alexander's teeth in that moment. As though a man dying of thirst, he sucked with all his might, leaving her withering until she breathed her last. Alexander's body flickered again, fiending for blood, needing that taste of life to grace his lips. The reason he had been able to gain such great regenerative abilities was by sacrificing his own son. After having gone so far and with the unification of this world right at his fingertips, how could he die now? Lionel saw red, his body driving itself forward. Even if he couldn't use spatial force anymore, he still had his speed, he still had something. Unfortunately, without spatial force, he plummeted from the skies, crashing into the buildings below. Lionel allowed his divine armor to sink into his skin, bursting with whatever light elemental force he could muster. But, by the time he managed to leap over another building, he could only watch as Alexander surged toward Roland. Lionel felt as though his heart was being ripped out. These last 2 years couldn't have been any realer to him. He could still hear every one of Roland's laughs, he could still feel every time he patted his shoulder, he could still taste every meal they had had together. Thinking of how he could possibly explain his death to Elise, or if he would even ever get a chance to, tore him up from the inside out. However, Lionel didn't see Roland die. Somehow, what he saw instead shook him even more. Just when Roland's throat was about to be torn out much like Gertrude before him, Goggles kicked him out of the way, appearing before Alexander with a dagger wrapped by both hands and plunging down with all the strength he had. Goggles! Roland roared. Shut up! Goggles' shout hid the trembling in his voice. I won't let this bastard be the reason my goddess cries. Lionel's world completely lost color. All the times Goggles had gone on a convoluted rant played in his mind in a flash. And yet, this time, he hardly got to finish a single sentence before the rest was filled the gurgling sounds of blood. Goggles' eyes dimmed as his throat was ripped apart by a shining row of white teeth. Lionel plowed his way forward, his ears ringing with an eerie high-pitched, monotonous sound. He couldn't see straight or think straight. Everything he had left was poured into running as fast as he could, as though it didn't matter that Alexander had already regrown his limbs. Alexander's laughter rang through the skies, a familiar silver tablet rising out of his body and exuding an endless pressure. Lionel appeared before him, but could hardly swing his spear before a dome of force blocked him completely. Lionel wildly swung his spear at the dome, but none of what he did seemed to matter in the slightest. You know. Alexander laughed, his mouth bloodied with the flesh of Lionel's lieutenants. I once had a subject just as disobedient as you. Why don't I give you the same chance I gave him? You want to save the rest of them, right? Alexander picked up Roland, who had been sprawled to the ground by Goggles, lifting him up as though to make certain that Lionel could see his face. Bow down. The dome of force around Lionel constricted, plowing him into the ground and smashing his forehead against the cracked paved roads of the city. Swear your loyalty. Recognize the apex. I, King Alexander, will be the ruler of this world. Lionel's face was grinded into the dirt. He didn't even have the leverage he needed to stand up with his arms pressed flush against the ground, let alone the fact even if he did, there was no way he'd have the strength to shatter this barrier. He couldn't crack this barrier even when he was at full strength. How would he do it now? If you do not, I'll make sure to kill each and every one of them. One by one. Chapter 779. Lionel grit his teeth, his jaw clenching with such force that it might have been heard if it wasn't for the heavy rain falling from the skies. Up above, a vortex of black clouds rumbled and sparked with lightning, becoming louder and more dangerous with every passing moment as though a tornado trying to touch down to the earth. The moment Lionel heard Alexander's words, a rage began to pump through his veins. In the past, he hadn't cared about kneeling very much. It wasn't a devaluing of himself, but rather that he had never assigned the action as something that would grant or snatch such a thing as value from a person. Having grown up in a world that was more monarchy than democracy, something like paying respects to the emperor was a part of everyday life. It had never been a struggle to keep or hold on to a meaningless pride, especially when everyone around you had been indoctrinated in the very same way. It wasn't until Lionel met King Arthur that he suddenly gained a revulsion toward kneeling. But, even then, it wasn't because of the action itself, but rather because he felt as though it was being used as a power play to elevate another at his expense. Back then, King Arthur was meant to tell him to rise, yet purposely chose not to as a method of applying more pressure on Lionel. What he didn't know was that even someone like Lionel had their own breaking point, especially when they put as much emphasis on respect as Lionel did. Since that day, Lionel never casually kneeled. But at this moment, with his face being grinded into the ground, with the fury of his army billowing around him, he hated it even more. Veins popped across his body. Even though his skin couldn't seem to sustain his bronze runes anymore, his eyes still pulsed with a strong red. But, at that moment, for whatever reason, the usual violet hue that curbed the murderous violence of the crimson was nowhere to be seen. The barrier seemed to give way to Lionel. But, the moment he managed to rise high enough to make eye contact with Alexander. Bang! Lionel's body was smashed into the ground once again. It felt as though the whole front of his skull was threatening to shatter. If it wasn't for the fact his metal body was stronger than the stone ground he was being forced into, his injuries would most definitely not be so light. Wrong answer. Alexander shook his head. I'll give you as many chances as you need, don't worry. General. Alexander waved a hand, causing a barrier to block a wave of soldiers from charging through. However, it became very clear, very quickly, that he hadn't done this for the sake of his safety. One man found himself flying through the barrier, his momentum not having stopped along with everyone else. He seemed to realize instantly what happened, but a flash of madness took over his eyes as he continued to charge forward, his roar being drowned out by the increasingly heavy rain. A splatter of blood rained down on Lionel, causing his trembling body to freeze. The droplets of crimson sounded far heavier than the falling rain. As though an anvil hidden within a mountain of clouds, it crashed in waves against Lionel's heart. At that moment, he felt the barrier around him loosen once again. Clearly, Alexander was giving him another chance to stand, another chance to bow down. Lionel didn't move. He didn't know what to do. The fury pulsing through his veins hadn't lessened, and yet he felt as though he should push it aside, that he should lay down his pride for the sake of a greater good. The lives of these people here, was it worth less than his pride or the cost of his humiliation? Lionel had to be honest with himself. The truth was that the answer to that question didn't matter to him. The reality was that it was all too much. He wasn't willing to bear the burden of so many deaths, to have the lost lives of his men weigh on him for a lifetime. Why did he try so hard? Why did he slave over every meticulous detail of their battles in the last 2 years? Why was it that he felt the need to be present at every battlefield? Why was it that he insisted on charging as the head of the vanguard no matter what the danger that lied ahead was? It was all because he didn't want to feel that weight, that heaviness. The things he asked for himself, he couldn't ask from others. He wanted to protect, he didn't want to feel this gut-wrenching guilt. Lionel's fingers scraped along the ground, his strength causing it to shatter and leave shallow trenches behind. Using his fists, he pushed himself up to his knees. His hair hung over his face, dirted by the mud and grime of the ground. It didn't seem to hold the same metallic sheen it always had anymore. His face, partially hidden by his hair, was covered in a mixture of blood and dirt, his eyes having returned to their usual pale green. Yet, at this moment, it appeared to be far more gray than anything else. His breathing was shallow and weak, his rib cage threatening to shatter into pieces with every gasp he took. If it meant not having to carry this burden, what was his pride worth? If he felt even his life wasn't as valuable as theirs, why would the cost of his humiliation be any higher? He was just a bit luckier than they were. That was all. Lionel began to lower his head to the ground, his entire army having fallen into complete silence. Their eyes turned red watching Lionel's back arch. They knew that for others, it might take hundreds, even thousands of them dying before they broke. However, for Lionel, the single death of a warrior whose face was forgettable was enough for him. King. Don't. Roland gathered up all the strength he had left, his throat still being clamped down by Alexander, to finally squeeze out these words. Chapter 780. Lionel's head paused, his fists trembling. He didn't dare to look up. But, just as easily as he had been able to see Norman's face back then, he could just as easily see Roland's. He could see the reddening of Roland's blue eyes, the tears streaming down his cheeks, the tight grit of his teeth. Lionel could almost see the reflection of Elise in Roland's eyes. He could feel how heavy the weight of the words he had just spoken were. They didn't just represent his willingness to die, they represented a willingness to leave his wife behind to a life of loneliness and pain. It was a weight of a completely different magnitude. It was the kind of weighted words no husband ever wanted to speak, no father ever wanted to say. Lionel knew well that Elise had found out that she was pregnant not long ago. He knew well that Roland knew this truth as well. He even knew that Goggles had sacrificed himself knowing this about as well as any one of them did. And yet, Roland still spoke these words. Lionel felt the burden on his back increase once again, his limbs quaking and tears threatening to fall from his eyes. He was so shaken that he completely didn't realize that Roland's form of address had changed. Alexander didn't interrupt, a cold smile curling his lip. Interrupting now would only make them resolve themselves even quicker. He didn't want to push Lionel one way or another. He wanted Lionel to feel the weight of the decision himself. He had already made his ultimatum as clear as it came. If Lionel didn't bow down, he would kill them all one by one. He didn't need to say anything more. Seeing Lionel struggle, Roland smiled, his eyes closing as the rain washed away his tears. We have already made our choice. King. Lionel's heart trembled. He thought back to that day Roland and Elise marched through their small town and stormed the Lord's manor. Despite being a feeble and petite woman, Elise held on to the heaviest weapon she could with both hands and walked side by side with her husband. That day, neither of them knew what to expect. They had no idea what kind of strength Lionel had. For all they knew, that was the final day they would be on this earth together. Yet, they had still done it, together. Lionel remembered asking Roland how he had managed to hold together his emotions and make such a decision. As powerful as Aina was now, if there ever came a time where Lionel surpassed her by a large margin and had to enter a dangerous situation, he simply couldn't imagine taking her with him. He would rather face death alone and protect her to his back. But the response he received from Roland back then was far simpler than anything he could have ever imagined. I just asked her. I asked her if she was willing to share life and death with me. Then, I trusted her decision. The stone beneath Lionel's fists shattered, the chattering of his teeth growing to the point it seemed he just might break his own jaw, clenching so hard. His heartbeat rose, his blood surging through his veins like dragons. His skin sizzled and his eyes regained their green, 2 tear droplets finally falling and rebounding against the muddied ground. Are you willing? Lionel's voice was soft, but it held a penetrating power that seemed to travel through to all of their ears. Roland's smile grew wider as his eyes remained closed. Images of his wife and what his unborn child might have looked like swirled in his mind. I am willing, my king. Those were Roland's last words. Blood fell from the corner of his lips, his smile forever dipped in crimson that even the rain didn't seem capable of washing away. His voice lingered in the air, echoing throughout the ravaged capital. Alexander had never thought Roland would do such a thing. Even though he hadn't taken action, he had known the most important information about all of Lionel's lieutenants. Could it really be that goggles could stop him from killing someone he wanted to? He was in the mighty fifth dimension. All those here were nothing more than ants to him. He had merely allowed goggles to do as he pleased because he decided that the emotional damage would be far more if things happened in this way. He had even known of Roland's wife and unborn child. Wasn't that why he was so confident that this wouldn't happen? And yet, what was happening now? Lionel gripped his fists, his hands and knees still on the ground and his eyes never looking up. I am willing. Costello stood at the barrier, a wild grin on his face as he plunged a dagger into his chest. I am willing. Miles looked up in the skies, his heart trembling as he used his force to shatter it. I am willing. I am willing. Lionel gripped his fists tighter and tighter, the weight on his back becoming heavier and heavier. His arms and legs trembled, his body threatening to collapse to the floor. Every voice that sounded out shook him to the core. He just wanted to shout at the top of his lungs. He didn't care if it ripped his throat apart or if his chest burst beneath the pressure. But he held it in, listening to each and every one of them and imprinting their voices onto his soul. Costello laughed into the skies as his eyes dimmed, his burly body teetering back and forth. Farewell, my king. The bodies fell to the ground one after another, a sea of blood seeping through. The rain fell heavier, washing the river of red onto Lionel's hands and feet as though to stain him for a lifetime. When the voices finally faded, Lionel slowly looked up. His every action seemed heavy. Even though it was true that his body was injured, it seemed to be more than that. Even his injuries shouldn't have made him reach such a point. It felt as though it took several minutes, but Lionel finally stood to his feet, his gaze locking onto Alexander. An ocean of crimson around him, a mountain of corpses laying at his feet, and a burden the likes of which was so heavy he almost sunk back to his knees. Yet, he stood, his eyes glowing a fiery violet light. This burden. I will take it. There was no one left for Lionel to speak to other than Alexander. At that moment, Alexander's gaze flickered with rage. He felt a fury the likes of which made him want to tear the world to shreds. Unable to control himself any longer, he roared and struck outward. By the time he realized what he had done, his arm had run through Lionel's chest. However, all he saw in the latter's gaze was an eerie calmness even as his heart was shattered. Somehow, even though he had won, Alexander felt that he lost. Lionel's corpse fell to the ground, drowned in a river of blood. Chapter 781. Lionel's vision slowly cleared, only to find himself in a space of endless fog. However, what his gaze first locked on wasn't this eerily familiar setting, but rather the delicate feathers of white gold falling from an unknowable height onto his body. The moment Lionel saw this sight, he sighed deeply. The sight of this meant that what he had experienced wasn't an illusion, it was every bit as real as any of the other zones he had entered. This much he had expected. He had already guessed that there was a better than 95% chance that this would be the case. If even the mere fairy tale of Camelot could become real, he really had no leg to stand on in hoping that these matters were fake. Each and every one of those lives weighed heavily upon him. How, then, was Lionel so sure? It all went back to the fluttering white gold feathers and the gaping pain in his chest that was being closed even now. Among the new abilities Lionel had formulated in these past 2 years, one was Dream Counter. Dream Counter, if explained in the simplest terms, was like Lionel programming his body to complete an action without his input. By assigning one of his split minds to a task, he could trigger an ability, a set of actions, or any sort of response, for any given specific situation of his choosing. Over these last 2 years, Lionel had been able to increase his number of split minds from less than 100 to more than double that. This allowed him to sacrifice one of his split minds for the sake of Dream Counter. In this case, Lionel assigned Dream Counter to his Snow Star Owl Lineage Factor's Healing Branch ability, Instant Recovery. Instant Recovery was an ability that Lionel could only use once every several months and could bring him back from the brink of death. With such a valuable ability, wouldn't it be laughable if Lionel died simply because he wasn't quick enough to activate it? Lionel thus did the logical thing and assigned his first Dream Counter to activate upon his imminent death. Lionel's hope for Dream Counter would be that he would eventually be able to split his mind so many ways that he could almost autopilot his body. Such a battle state would be even more powerful than his dreamscape battle sense because there would be no need to read and react. However, whether such a thing would be possible in the future was unknown. How could it be possible to form a counter for an infinite number of possibilities? At this point, the reason why Lionel was so certain was obvious. The fact his lineage factor had activated now after Alexander blasted a hole through his chest meant that he had truly experienced all of that. Lionel closed his eyes once more, allowing the fluttering feathers to touch and disappear into his body. It was an absolutely beautiful sight he wasn't in the mood to enjoy. This burden. I will take it. Lionel clenched his fists. Images of Rollin, Elise, Gertrude, Goggles, Costello. They all ran through his mind. In fact, his near-infallible memory didn't stop until he had run through all more than 10,000 of his men. Subconsciously, they all arranged themselves into their own dreamscape, their smiling faces hovering in Lionel's dream world as though his guardian angels smiling down at him. At that moment, Lionel's heart was reformed and released a beat so powerful that it resonated through the endless fog. Badam. A strong surge of violet energy swirled around Lionel. Even as his eyes remained closed, an undisguised majesty made the world around him tremble. For a long time, Lionel hadn't cared for much. He flew by the seat of his pants and followed a garbled-together moral philosophy he probably couldn't express with any sort of coherency. Why was he the way he was? What did he want to do with his life? When he breathed his last breath, would he be leaving this world with a smile? Or an endless pile of regrets? Lionel's usual response to such things was to just ignore them all. He didn't have the answer, and with his personality, he never felt like giving a half-assed one. He felt that when the day came that he had an answer, it would be the day he truly began to live. Badam. Maybe up until even the final moments, Lionel still hadn't had an answer. Or, maybe he did have the answer but was just unwilling to accept it. The burden of accepting it was too heavy. The weight he would have to carry would be astronomical. He would likely have to spend the rest of his life chasing after something he might never catch when, somewhere deep in his heart, he only wanted a small home to share with Aina as he lived out the rest of his days. Badam. But this was no longer something he could run from. He had accepted their hopes, their dreams. He had heard their last words, the final wills. He had felt their tears and soaked in their blood. If he continued to run now, could he even be considered a man? Could he continue to wake up every day and see his face in the mirror? Would he still be able to laugh and smile? Would he be able to look toward himself with any sort of pride? Could he face his mother, his father? Could he stand side by side with Aina with his chest broad and his back straight? He wouldn't allow himself to fall into such depravity. They say that everyone had the possibility of having a turning point in their lives, but Lionel had always believed that this was bullshit. No one could simply change on a dime. Becoming a better version of yourself meant making countless little decisions time and time again. Eventually, those little decisions had led Lionel to this very place. Badam. He didn't want to be a general. He didn't want to be a soldier, a warrior. He didn't even want to be an emperor. He was Lionel Morales. He would be a king. Chapter 782. A glass barrier shattering resounded. Violent cyclones of violet energy surged, enveloping Lionel's body in what almost looked like a cocoon. By the time the energy faded and Lionel's form appeared again, he seemed to radiate with an innate sort of excellence, his bronzed body exuding a faint purple light that seemed to make those around him gravitate toward him. Lionel's eyes slowly opened, a blinding light shooting out from their depths. He sat up, his face expressionless. But, when he caught a glimpse of his hair out of the corner of his eye, he could only smile somewhat bitterly. From its bronze sheen, Lionel's hair had become a bright white gold, so bright, in fact, that it almost looked as though it was made out of motes of light rather than hair filaments. As though this wasn't odd enough, there was a faint violet color emitting from it. From the right angle, it almost looked as though Lionel had extremely pale purple hair. He had to admit that such a look would be extremely beautiful on a woman. But, on him, it made him look like a pretty boy. If he could see the fact that his eyes had gone from a pale green to a pale violet as well, he would probably throw his hands up in defeat. This should be a lineage factor synergy of sorts, Lionel concluded. Lionel's fourth lineage factor, unsurprisingly, came from the Fox family, his mother's side, and specifically his mother's father, the Emperor. After years of introspection, Lionel realized that the faint pressure he gave off whenever he focused was exactly this lineage factor shining through, and this was why his cousin also had the same ability as they had both awakened it. However, things weren't so simple as this. It also seemed that his Fox family lineage factor had resonated with a portion of his metal synergy lineage factor. The odd purple energy in specific. This resulted in the two combining to form something quite different and unique. Lionel sighed. This look didn't feel like him at all. He could just barely accept his bronzed hair because it still remained manly, but this hair made him look like a dainty fairy prince. Knowing that he would likely fail again, Lionel tried to cut his hair once more. Bringing out his quasi-silver spear, he hoped for the best and cut across. Who knows, maybe his increased strength would help. But, what Lionel couldn't have expected was for the cut to come with such ease. If it wasn't for the strands of hair that remained in his hand, he would have thought that he cut across empty air. Ah, Lionel looked at his clump of hair shocked. That was coercion. It was almost as though Lionel told his hair to become easier to cut, so it obeyed and became easier to cut. It was a subtle change that Lionel might not have noticed if he was unable to retrieve his own memories so perfectly. With narrowed eyes and spinning thoughts, Lionel put his hair away into his spatial ring, feeling that he shouldn't get rid of it. He stood, ruffling his short hair with a grin. This felt so much better, he felt like he was himself again. All he was missing was his favorite tracksuit and a football. The moment Lionel stood to his full height, the world trembled. Lionel blinked. In those final moments he was within the zone, he felt that he had passed its requirements. It was a subconscious feeling that resonated with his soul, so he was almost certain of it. If he was on Earth, he would have been transported to a world with Uncle Montez. But, obviously, this wasn't Earth. And, despite the fact this place looked very similar to where he would be transported to on Earth, there was a very clear lack of Uncle Montez. Lionel thought that maybe there would be someone else here. But, even after all this time, no one had appeared. So, he had no choice but to believe that much like terrain, Valiant Heart wasn't deemed as important enough to gain support from higher dimensional worlds. Then again, this was a variant zone. It should be capable of producing its own rewards as well. But, to this point, Lionel hadn't seen anything like that either. Until now. As the fog dispersed somewhat, Lionel finally saw an object that made his heart tremble. This sudden change to himself shocked Lionel. It wasn't that Lionel had never felt his heart tremble before. But right now he felt so confident and grounded that he believed it would take nothing short of a galaxy collapsing for him to lose control of his own reaction. Yet, merely moments after Lionel gained this confidence, this tablet seemed to shatter it into countless pieces. Whatever this tablet was, wherever it was from, or whatever powers it had. It was so far above the current Lionel that he couldn't even begin to see the base of the mountain it was at the peak of. After being stunned for a moment, Lionel began to laugh. Then from today on, you are mine. Lionel reached out as though his shattered confidence was nothing more than a meaningless moment. The moment his palm made contact with the tablet, his body shook to the core of his soul, threatening to shatter into countless pieces. Yet, Lionel held on firmly, allowing a stream of information that seemed almost endless to flood his mind. Even for him, it was hard to keep track of it all. As though it sensed this, the tablet released a surge of energy. Lionel's mind trembled, his dream world suddenly explosively expanding as his dream force entered the fifth dimension. Such a reality made Lionel's pupils constrict. In the blink of an eye, this tablet was able to shatter a barrier that he had been at for almost 3 years. Though Lionel knew that his mind had the capacity to enter the fifth dimension long ago, actually doing so was a completely different animal. This tablet. Just what was it? Chapter 783. Lionel soon realized that the breakthrough of his mind into the fifth dimension wasn't as much of a watershed moment as he thought it would be. But, he immediately picked out the reason. The further away the rest of his body became from his true core dimension, the less benefits from it that he would receive. If he wanted to truly benefit from a fifth-dimensional mind, he would have to break into the fifth dimension. In truth, Lionel's combat prowess was confusing to a lot of people, especially those who didn't understand his background. But, these people weren't at fault. When one saw a young man in the third dimension being capable of fighting threats at the quasi-fifth dimensional level, taking a pause of confusion was only natural. But, there were multiple things to consider here. Firstly, the fourth dimension in this corner of the universe meant far less than it did to a world with a sixth-dimensional peak, and likewise the same was true to a world with a seventh-dimensional peak and so on. Lionel was born from a father from a seventh-dimensional world and to a mother from a world with eighth-dimensional potential. Every step forward he took was worth more than it was for another for this very reason. A child born on a seventh-dimensional world would start at the third dimension just like everyone else. But, only a fool would think that his existence within the third dimension was equivalent to a person born on Earth before the metamorphosis. The fact that this child could even exist on a seventh-dimensional world without collapsing from the pressure was more than enough to illustrate this. Simply put, it was likely that if the current Lionel attempted to battle a genius from a seventh-dimensional world, he would at best be able to match someone at tier 3 or 4. This breakthrough thus made it clear to Lionel just how important raising his foundational dimension was. But, towards such a thing, he could only continue to be frustrated. Breaking through wasn't as simple as swapping out the caliber of force he used. He had to follow the dimensional cleanse technique he chose from the very beginning unless he wanted to switch to a completely new one. And, in order to do that, he would need to use the map Uncle Montez had given him. The good news was that now that he had entered the fifth dimension with his dream force, he finally met the minimum requirements to actually read it. The bad news, however, was that he would need to leave Valiant Heart to do it. Of course, Lionel didn't care about Valiant Heart. What he cared about was Aina. In the past, this was all he cared about. But, the burden on Lionel's back right now was a constant reminder. He couldn't be as aimless as he was in the past. Lionel shook his head. Aina is healed now. With her strength before, she was already a match for a tier 7 genius Valiant Heart. Now, though, even I'm not sure of the limit of her strength, especially since unlike me, she's truly entered the fourth dimension. Lionel chuckled. His girlfriend just might be stronger than him. He wasn't sure if he could defeat her even if he used his divine armor. But, he wasn't mad about this. After all, what king didn't need a queen? We've outgrown this place. Aina will probably agree to leave with me. Lionel was confident in this. Aina's entire focus was on becoming stronger. If she felt that even her current strength wasn't enough for revenge, then that could only mean that the Brazinger family had more secrets than even he knew. But, this was good. Lionel's goals and Aina's goals didn't diverge. They could rise to the top together. Lionel's eyes sharpened as he released a low shout. In that moment, the tablet finally reached the end. But, at this point, not only had Lionel entered the fifth dimension with his dream force, he felt that his bottlenecks all the way up to the tier 9 fourth dimensional metal body had all been blasted wide open. What a reward indeed. If this was all Lionel received for his 2 years of labor in that zone, it would still be worth it. Yet, from what he could tell, this was just a byproduct of the true reward, which must be this tablet. Observing the tablet, Lionel immediately noticed something. These patterns. They're the same. No, they're far more complex, but they're definitely derivative. Lionel couldn't read the ancient markings on the silver tablet. But, he recognized the patterns as being quite similar to the ones on the ring that thrust him into this situation. To make matters more curious, Lionel couldn't help but notice that the ring that had been on his palm was nowhere to be seen. However, before he drew any conclusions, he chose to remain reserved. After all, even now, he still couldn't sense little Tolly, so maybe he needed to leave this place first. Lionel shook his head and began to organize all the information the tablet had flooded into his mind. Due to the fact he had gotten distracted, he allowed all his more than 1,000 split minds to handle it while he thought. But, he had hardly gotten to the first bit of information when he froze completely. What? The moment Lionel ran across this bit of information, he left his dream world and focused on the tablet in his hand. He looked at it as though it was a cross between the most terrifying things in the world and a treasure from the heavens on high. It was then that Lionel's mind was absorbed into the tablet, bringing to another world of fog. But, compared to the one he had just been in, this one was far less bright, oozing out a darkness that made one's spine tingle. However, Lionel wasn't focused on any of this at all. Rather, all around him, hovering like grayed out, floating spirits, faces he recognized all too well were present. Rollin. Goggles. Elise. Chapter 784. Lionel snapped himself back to reality, a cold chill seeping into his heart. Of these spirits, the majority were grayed out. As though a locked character on a gaming screen, Lionel knew that he didn't have anywhere near the power or strength that would be needed to awaken them. In fact, from the information he received, he might never have this strength. However, among these grayed out spirits there were several that had color to them. Among them was a face Lionel thought he would never see again. Alexander. That king with so much ambition, waiting to conquer the world with this very same tablet in his hand, ended up becoming just one of the many spirits within. It was then Lionel fully understood. This tablet, in exchange for a price, was capable of resurrecting those from the zone Lionel just exited. Rather than being excited at such a prospect, Lionel suddenly felt the need to vomit. Just what was this tablet? How could it gamify the lives and deaths of living, breathing people? How could it set a price on them and a cost for them to see the light of day again? Lionel felt a gut-wrenching urge to throw this tablet away. No, he wanted to destroy it with every fiber of his being, shatter it into a million little pieces and incinerate it with the hottest star in the universe. Seeing the sacrifice of his men being twisted in such a perverse and sickening way made his pale purple eyes redden with unshed tears. Was this all a joke? Had this tablet fabricated such a world for the sake of finding Lionel? Or had it cursed an already existing world for the same purpose? Lionel couldn't decide which was worse. Both possibilities felt like a knife twisting through his intestines, gouging him from the inside out. Lionel took several deep breaths, his hands falling to his knees and his chest heaving. His mouth began producing saliva at a rate that made it seem he really might vomit any moment now. It wasn't until several long minutes later that Lionel managed to calm himself, that sinking weight on his back acting as a counterbalance to his emotions. Lionel almost wanted to laugh at himself. He had just gained this newfound confidence, yet in just a few minutes, it had already been shattered not just once, but twice. In fact, this second time, he almost fell apart completely. Others might see this tablet as some sort of work of God, but Lionel found it hard to look at it as anything other than the hand of a devil. Lionel closed his eyes, sealing away his emotions. He found it far easier to do this the more ways he could split his mind. Now that he had reached more than 1,000, it was even simpler now. The grayed out souls are of those who are died. The tablet needs to be fed a certain amount of sacrifices in order to even prepare to resurrect one of them. The colored souls are those that didn't die. The cost of recovering them is far less. In fact, the tablet already has enough to do so for one right now. In terms of sacrifices, invalids have a good exchange rate, especially variant invalids. Talented humans are another good exchange, especially those with innate nodes, and even more especially for those that have innate nodes related to life elemental force. These were the main rules Lionel was able to piece together, but he could tell that there were several exceptions. For example, someone with a life elemental innate node like Norman's fiancée didn't need to be killed. Taking her blood over a longer period of time would even be more beneficial. After all, killing her would be like killing a goose who laid golden eggs. In addition to this, though Lionel didn't believe Aina had an innate node, at least as far as he knew, he could tell that her blood to this silver tablet would be even more valuable than Norman's fiancé's. Of course, Lionel had no intention of bleeding his girlfriend dry just for the sake of this tablet. In addition, Norman's fiancée was grayed out like the others. But, rather than this being due to her dying, it seemed that it wasn't easy for the tablet to reproduce what could give it life. That said, considering Lionel's personality, he had no intention of using her even if he could resurrect her now. I can only resurrect one person for now, and there's no telling when I'll be able to accumulate enough energy to resurrect another. So, I need to choose a person who puts me in the best position to lay out the next portion of my plans, Lionel had already decided. In the past, he had no intention of joining the Morales family's air games. But, now, things were different. Lionel had no intention of not taking advantage of the luck he had been given in this life. If he wanted to reach his ultimate goal, even given how impossible it was, he would have to take hold of whatever leg up he had. In that case, not only would he become the successor of the Morales family, he would become the successor of his grandmother's Luxnix family, and he would most definitely snatch Earth away from his grandfather. This dimensional verse. He would change it. In that case, there was one person here who would facilitate that better than everyone else, one person that would make Lionel's next steps far simpler. And this one person also happened to cost just as much as the remaining energy the tablet had. Choosing this person would most definitely piss the people of Valiant Heart off. However, when it came to the future he envisioned, Lionel wouldn't allow anyone to stand in his way. Lionel's eyes snapped open, their pale violet hue shimmering through the darkness. With a thought, the young man he was looking for appeared before him, carrying with him a handsome face that most definitely rivaled Lionel's own. Elthar Yumrake, 3rd Prince of the Oryx Kingdom. You will be the first. End of volume. I've chosen to change Volume 4's title from Milky Way to Valiant Heart. Many more adventures to come. This is where Lionel's journey truly begins. His journey to stand atop the dimensional verse. Chapter 785. Lionel appeared in the world of white fog again. But, this time, there was an extra light. The silver tablet began to vibrate, glowing with a fierce white that made Lionel squint. Soon afterward, a figure began to form and the lights began to wane. It didn't take Lionel much thought to recognize this figure, especially since he had consciously chosen this person to begin with. Still, at that moment, Lionel couldn't help but be slightly in relief. If who he was resurrecting was based on what he wanted and not what he needed, then it would most definitely be Rollin. Though they had only spent 2 years together, Lionel felt a sort of camaraderie that he hadn't felt in a very long time. Whenever Lionel looked at Rollin, he couldn't help but think of James, his partner in crime for over a decade. Even though they had always had diametrically opposed personalities, they had always fit well together. Yet, after all this time, Lionel still didn't know what caused it all to change. Lionel's thoughts on James, though, somewhat scared even himself. When he remembered James, what he felt wasn't an unwillingness or an unfortunate emotion. Rather, it was simply a fleeting memory, almost as though he was remembering a city he had visited before or a car that had caught his attention on the side of the road. He felt so detached from his former days with James that the recalling of the memories had become less of a function of emotion and more about just how good his mind was at recalling events. It was nothing more, and nothing less. That said, Rollin was different. Lionel felt that he was the sort of man he would fight with to his final breath. And in those last moments, he had proved that without a shadow of a doubt. Sit tight, Rollin. Soon I'll be able to introduce you to my someone special too. This way, Lionel wouldn't have to worry about the guilt he'd feel. Whether Rollin was available to be resurrected now or not, Elthar was still the correct option. At that moment, the figure finally formed and Elthar's face became clear. All of Lionel's excess thoughts stopped right then as he observed Elthar. The truth was that he wasn't sure how this would go. He didn't know if Elthar would still have his memories from the previous world or if he would be a blank slate. The worst part was that even if Elthar did have his memories from the Zone world, there was no telling if he would view Lionel the same. After all, during these last 2 years, no one had called him Lionel even once, no matter how many times he introduced himself. It made him feel as though he was playing a separate character other than himself. Lionel wouldn't have even been surprised if this character was available somewhere within the tablet to be resurrected. Then there was the last potentially unfortunate circumstance. It was also possible that Elther had his memories, remembered what happened, recognized Lionel, yet chose not to follow him. This was a very real and distinct possibility that Lionel might have to face. Should it happen, he would have to simply accept it or do his best to convince Elther. Lionel's eyes steeled with determination. If he wanted to be a king yet couldn't even convince his first general to follow him, what kind of king could he possibly be? He might as well give up this impossible dream right here and now. The lids of Elther's eyes opened. He looked around in confusion for a moment, a strong cognitive dissonance hitting him from all sides as though he couldn't figure out what was going on. When he saw Lionel before him, his eyes shot up in surprise. General. Elther's frown deepened. For some reason, he felt that calling Lionel this now felt inappropriate. Something had changed, something so fundamental that just that form of address alone left him with a bad taste in his mouth as though he had said something unforgivable. King. Elther almost immediately changed his words. It felt subconscious, like the world itself was whispering it into his ear. Lionel grinned. No king yet. But Elther's mind still felt foggy. The last he remembered was being dragged away by his kingdom's generals. He had tried scratching and clawing, yet no matter what he did or what he tried, they were all too strong for him. Ultimately, he had even lost to Lionel, and quite easily at that. Despite having access to chaotic particle force, he had yet to truly grow into his ability. In addition, he was born in a fifth-dimensional world and was the same age as Lionel. After stepping out of the zone, Lionel realized that the time had been 1-to-1 with the outside world. So, he had to accept at this moment that he was now truly 2 years older and had missed his own 21st birthday. To Lionel, 21 was already an age he should be growing into true adulthood. But, to the dimensional verse, especially to a fifth-dimensional world, even 60 was still considered young. It was safe to say that if Elther wanted to follow Lionel to the very end, he would have some growing to do. But, Lionel was confident that he'd be able to do it. What do you want in life, Elther? Elther struggled, remembering his father's words. Shouldn't he be a king? He had to take on the burden of his people. He couldn't disappoint his father. However, just when he was going to say these words, he met Lionel's light violet eyes and felt his heart tremble. For some reason, meeting this gaze, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to lie. I want to be a true king's saber. I want to live on the battlefield and become the weapon that shatters all obstacles. I want men hooves soaked in a river of blood to run at the mention of my name. Lionel's grin only became wider and wider. Elther, are you willing to be my saber? Elther's eyes glowed with a furious light. Yes. Chapter 786. The tall walls and pillars seemed to sing, a radiating bronze light that shone down. A singular hall opened up wide to a circular room that spanned an almost 500-meter diameter. Valiant warriors with statues over a 100 meters tall lined the walls, all looking toward a four-sided prism of stairs. At the bottom of these marbled steps, etched with delicate rune patterns and reflecting the bronze lights that shone from all around, a group of bloodied figures lay gasping, barely holding on to their lives with whatever energy they had left. Those from Valiant Heart would only be stunned by such an outcome. 2 years was simply far too long of a time. No one had ever expected for the zone to remain open for so long. Realizing that so much time had passed without their geniuses returning, the elders had no choice but to open up the projection once again. But, what they found was a long and grueling battle. So long, in fact, that they couldn't afford to keep it open continuously and could only check in once a month. And yet, what they saw time and time again was something that left them numb with shock, and it all seemed to relate back to the only figure who wasn't collapsed on the ground. In fact, she was the only figure that had climbed the 4 side stairs and was the only one who stood at the very top. She was a beauty gorgeous beyond words. Her delicate features carried the valiance of a valkyrie and the elegance of a queen. Even while her face beaded with sweat and her long, flowing hair stuck to her cheeks and forehead, her image didn't seem marred in the slightest. Several cuts and bruises dotted her body, her black, military uniform drenched in dried, flaking blood and still drizzling crimson. And yet, she stood tall, the only one of her peers that had reached this step. Down below, the likes of Raylion, Hephaestus, and Sale couldn't even move an inch. It could even be said that the only reason they had reached the end of the hall to begin with was because of Aina leading the charge. In the past 2 years, despite how murderous Aina was, it became very obvious, very quickly, that this trial wasn't one they could pass alone. As powerful as Aina had become, there had still been a limit to what she could do. But in the end, none of it mattered. She stood here at the peak. And yet, her eyes felt somewhat vacant. "What are you moping about for?" The sudden voice made Aina freeze. On the outside, those who had still been following the events of the last 2 years were absolutely stunned. The appearance of this person, a person many had assumed to have died long ago, was the very last thing any of them had expected. At that moment, Aina's head whipped back, only to find Lionel strolling out from the hall she had been forced to cut a bloody path through over the past 2 years. A pair of massive white gold wings spread from his back. Yet, as though he was trying to look as cool as possible, his hands were in his pockets and a casual smile hung from his lips. He wore a black tracksuit and a pair of sneakers. His hair was a bright white gold with a faint violet hue that seemed to radiate with its own light. Even his eyes had completely changed, carrying a pale purple light that bordered on a pinkish gray. At that moment, though, Aina could tell that Lionel wasn't just trying to be cool. The aura he exuded was so confident that it almost made her reach a point of intoxication. As much as her mental coercion worked on Lionel, the opposite seemed to be so true that he became like a magnet she was being violently pulled toward. Lionel took a single step forward and vanished. When Aina blinked and cleared her vision, he already stood before her, looking down into her eyes with the same care and affection she had been missing for so long. Aina could feel that Lionel had changed. His eyes carried a charisma she couldn't ignore, even his smell was something she couldn't get enough of. The emotions were so much that she couldn't handle them after a certain point. At that moment, the valiant woman who had blazed the path of a warrior in these last 2 years broke down into tears, her trusted battle axe falling to the ground as she dove into Lionel's arms. Her sobs seemed endless. Even though she tried to speak, she couldn't form the words. Every time she tried, it only made her cry harder. No one knew but her what kind of emotions had been running through her mind all this time, what kind of turmoil had wrecked her heart. As hard as Aina had cried that day she almost lost her virginity to Lionel in the bathhouse the first time, this time she cried even harder. Back then, Aina had only thought she might lose Lionel, causing her to try everything she could to hang on to him, however naive that was. But, this time, she really thought she had lost him forever. 2 years. 2 entire years. Lionel smiled somewhat sadly, wrapping arms around her waist. If he could melt her into himself, he would do so. He was certain that she was the woman he wanted by his side for a lifetime. Lionel raised his hand to Aina's cheek. When she looked up at him, he could see her golden eyes red from crying, her little nose sniveling with snobs, and even her lip quivering as she tried to form the words she wanted to say. "It's all fine now." Lionel smiled, wiping her falling tears with a thumb. "I'm here." Lionel kissed her lightly. It was soft and slow, but it conveyed all his emotions in a single, simple action. Chapter 787. Aina wiped her tears away, finally regaining her composure after several dozen minutes. By this point, she was quite embarrassed. She had been trying to stop for a while now, but it kept flooding outward. Even she hadn't realized how much she had ignored until now. But, somewhere deep inside, she knew it was deeper than just this. It wasn't just the emotion of not seeing Lionel for so long, but she could also feel it. She could feel that Lionel had finally truly stepped into the dimensional verse. Whatever it was that he had experienced in these last 2 years had definitely been no lesser than her, and it had changed him. She knew. There was no going back for him now. Aina forced a smile as she wiped the last of her tears. You finally cut your hair? Lionel scoffed. Are you trying to say you didn't like my long hair? Aina giggled, a girlish charm twinkling in her eyes. Ironically, though, at that moment, Lionel could tell that she had truly become a woman. In these 2 years, Aina had truly grown into her own. He found it hard to believe, but her curves were even fuller and her charm just a measure greater. Even covered in blood and sweat, Lionel was certain that he had never seen a woman as beautiful as her, nor would he ever. You look much better like this. Aina skirted around the question. Much more handsome. Her smile grasped onto Lionel's heart. It was as though the two were in their own world, oblivious to the several geniuses bleeding out below and the hundreds watching them from the outside. In truth, Lionel might have been inclined to at least help the geniuses below if it wasn't for the fact he was certain that no small number of the wounds on Aina now had been caused by them. The fact he wasn't killing them all one by one, especially Raylion and Hephaestus, was an act of kindness in his opinion. After a moment, though, Lionel feigned hurt. At least I'm not as smelly as a certain someone else. Ah. Aina looked down at herself, suddenly embarrassed. Do I really? Go away, take a few steps back. Aina was suddenly flustered, especially since she found Lionel's scent to be particularly good right now. It was fine if they both smelled bad, but if it was just her she would rather find a hole to crawl into and die. Lionel erupted into a burst of laughter, bringing her into a tight bear hug. It's okay, it'll take you and all your little imperfections. You have a good, earthy smell to you. Almost like a hibernating bear. Lionel. Aina shouted out his name in embarrassment, but that didn't stop Lionel from burying his nose into the hook of her neck. Her body was suddenly filled with a hint of lust and ticklishness, followed by a flood of mortification. Aina pushed Lionel away, her hands pressing firmly against his chest. People are watching. Lionel had half a mind to say let them. But then he realized that such beautiful sights should be left to him and him alone. Who were these bunch of peeping toms to take advantage of his Aina? With a wave of his hand, Lionel and Aina suddenly disappeared from public view. The elders could only look toward each other with bitter smiles. They had no idea where this young man had gone for 2 years. But, in all this time, they had begun placing all their hopes and aspirations on Aina, especially as their valiant heart's situation became more and more precarious. But now it felt like they were all watching their daughter being snatched away right in front of them, and there was hardly anything they could even do about it. It wasn't until 30 minutes later that the screen hiding them both finally reappeared. Yet, somehow, Aina was wearing a completely new set of clothes. She had ditched her military uniform and even ignored her Valiant Heart uniform to wear a tracksuit that was almost the exact replica of Lionel's. You planned this, didn't you? Lionel blinked innocently. Couples wear matching pajamas during the holidays, right? What's wrong with matching tracksuits? The problem is that it's a little small. Aina wrinkled her nose, moving her waist as though to check whether the material would hold up. Lionel was speechless. It should be a crime to make such an innocent movement so seductive. Are you trying to give me a nosebleed? It's not my fault that you've grown so much in the last 2 years. Aina rolled her eyes, but she was still inwardly smiling. Ah. I forgot. Aina looked back toward the center of the prism they stood at the peak of. Right there, a large orb of bronze sat. It was clear that this was the ultimate reward of the zone. At the very least, it was the ultimate reward for this part of it. As for how the ring was related to all of this, Lionel still wasn't absolutely sure. He only had 2 guesses he had no way of verifying. The first was that the ring and the tablet were connected in some way and were actually an outside influence. In this case, the tablet would have originally had nothing to do with this variant zone and was instead just using it as a convenient medium to accomplish its goals. As for what those goals were, Lionel had no way of knowing. The second possibility was that the ring and tablet were related to the Morales family and thus an extension of the treasure used to keep this zone opened indefinitely in the first place. Which of these were more true? Lionel was leaning more toward the first, but he couldn't confirm. Aina smiled. I saved all the rewards, we can share them later. Lionel looked at Aina like she was crazy. Don't be ridiculous. Keep it all, it'll be just fine. Aina opened her mouth to respond. But, seeing the look in Lionel's eye, she simply nodded. She felt, for some reason, that she'd never be able to change his mind. Okay, Aina touched the bronze orb. It was then the zone was filled with a blinding light and they all vanished. Chapter 788. A flashing light swirled between the two valiant pillars. By this point, the crowd of individuals watching was considerably smaller than it had been 2 years ago. And though this was in part due to the fact it had been so long, it was also obvious that there was an air of heaviness around Valiant Heart that hadn't quite been there before. When the group of geniuses appeared, the only two who were still on their feet were Lionel and Aina. But, on the bright side, only 3 of their 12 geniuses had died. One was Sale's partner, the other 2 were both geniuses from Severed Heart. Somehow, Radley's had managed to survive until the end, but Lionel hadn't really gotten around to asking Aina what had happened to her in these last couple years. They had both decided that things would be less annoying if they handled whatever these Valiant Heart elders would throw at them first. As expected, the elders seemed to swarm the group the moment they reappeared. To Lionel's surprise, though, after getting the other medical attention, most of their attention was focused on Aina, something that made Lionel laugh inwardly. There were any number of reasons they were acting like this. But, it was likely a combination of them being consumed by Aina's talent and not having actually seen him in action. The final cherry on top was that these elders truly didn't dare to question Lionel and by extension didn't even consider asking Aina for her things. As far as they were concerned, as long as they could win over Aina, wouldn't they win over Lionel as well? Still, humans were also creatures of recency bias. It had been too long since they had seen Lionel in action. And, even if they remembered what he had shown, it was still nowhere near as impressive as what Aina had done right before their eyes. That said, from the very beginning, Lionel's sights had been far beyond this bronze organization. And now, this truth was only truer than it had ever been before. Even beneath the onslaught of questions from the elders, seeing that this was going to take forever, Lionel ignored them all and pulled Aina away. He hadn't suffered through 2 years just to suffer some more under such conditions. The two soon vanished over the horizon, leaving the elders at a loss. The elders looked toward Head Hutchin, trying to understand what it is they should do. Give them some time. Hutchin said evenly. Make sure that the others are well taken care of, they too have made great progress. As for the 2 of them, we can only hope that they are willing to help. What? What? Bad timing? Lionel replied. You think? Aina rolled her eyes. She thought that her man had become far more confident and attractive, but she didn't think that he would also become more tactless. At that moment, the 2 were both naked. Aina sat on Lionel, her breasts even touching his chest. She could very clearly feel his member pressing against the cheek of her ass. And yet, he chose this moment to talk about Oryx. Couldn't he pick a better time? Her eyes were still glazed over from the orgasm she had just felt. Lionel laughed. It's already been like half a day. The 2 had already been rolling around in bed for more than 10 hours. Even Lionel didn't bother to count the number of peaks Aina had climbed to in that time, yet she still wanted more. It seemed that in these 2 years this girlfriend of his had become insatiable. That still leaves you with 729.5 more days to make up for. Lionel sputtered with laughter. He had to admit that he didn't hate this clingy version of Aina at all. It seemed like she wanted to stay attached at his hip and he loved it, quite honestly. Though the 2 were still subconsciously ignoring the topic of sex, still feeling as though that portion of their relationship hadn't quite been sorted out yet, Lionel felt closer to Aina than he ever had before. And at this moment, he felt that that was enough. I'm serious, this is important. Lionel finally said. Fine. Tell me what about the oryx is so important. Well, it isn't that the oryx are important, but rather what I want to do with them, that is. Our relationship with Valiant Heart could become quite contentious, especially when I succeed. It was only after Aina heard this that her hips stopped subconsciously gyrating and she focused on Lionel's words. What do you mean? I plan on taking over the Oryx tribe and ruling them. Huh? Aina was stunned by Lionel's words. From her position, her gaze was slightly higher than Lionel's. Looking down into his eyes, she could tell he was completely serious. Aina blinked. She found the dauntless confidence in Lionel's gaze right now to be fatally attractive. She even faintly wanted to drop everything and simply follow his lead. How do you plan on doing that? She asked. I have a talented Oryx general under my charge. I've already sent him to their tribe. He's not powerful enough yet to take full control over them, but his talent is enough to do most of the work for him. An Oryx general? Seeing Aina's confusion, Lionel began to explain everything he had experienced, and for the first time since the two reunited, they did something other than tease and embrace one another. When Aina learned about the tablet, though, her expression changed. Such an object. Could it bring her mother back to life? Having such a thought, she couldn't help but bite her plump, pink lips, her bad habit shining through once again. And what do you plan to do with Valiant Heart? If you want to take over the Oryx. What does that mean for this place? Lionel's light violet eyes flashed with a cold light that made Aina shiver with an uncontrollable excitement. The Oryx are the far more talented group and their potential will be useful to me. The same cannot be said of Valiant Heart. If they get in my way, I'll destroy them. Chapter 789. Aina looked deeply into Lionel's eyes. Once again, she saw that look that told her she wouldn't be able to change his mind. This was something she hadn't been used to seeing from Lionel. She felt that on some level, she always had a chance to shift his line of thinking. Whether it was by coaxing or logic, she felt that she always had such a possibility even if the likelihood was small. Yet, this was twice now in less than a day she had seen this look. She could feel a higher purpose coming from Lionel, one that came with no less determination than her will to see the Brazinger family brought to its knees. Lionel. HM. Despite their sexually charged position and state, the couple seemed to enter a serious exchange. What is it that you want to do? Say it to me clearly. Lionel looked into Aina's eyes, seeing himself reflected within her golden irises. Eventually, his gaze became so intense that he could even see two floating balls of violet within them. I will change this world. Lionel said evenly. Aina's gaze narrowed. How? Change this world? Was such a thing even possible? That would practically be trying to change human nature. At such a point, one might as well say that they wanted to become a deity. By having the largest fist. Aina was speechless. She was quite well aware that as a girlfriend, her duty, at the very least, was to support Lionel in all his dreams and aspirations. But, wasn't it also her job to tell him when something was impossible? Aina's view of the world had been jaded for a long time. With her disposition, it was a miracle that she had even opened herself up to a relationship with Lionel in the first place. It could be said that it was a mixture of Lionel's timing being perfect and her having suppressed her feelings for him for too long. Right now, though. Even though the look in Lionel's eyes made her heart tremble, even though his confidence made him far more attractive than he had ever been, even though she really wanted to smile brightly and say that she would support him to the very end, she couldn't bring herself to do so. She found herself wanting to pull Lionel back, to stop him from treading down an impossible path. She almost wanted him to go back to his old self. Even if she had to deal with his long hair. Even if she had to deal with him being aimless. Even if the shadow of his grandfather still lingered overhead. However, she could see it once again for a third time. That light in his eyes that said it was impossible. Inwardly, she felt disgusted with herself when she had such thoughts. How long had Lionel spent unselfishly following her wishes? Even now, she could tell that he had no intention of abandoning her. In fact, he might even be more determined and confident now to help her than he ever had been before. But at the moment, she felt like Lionel was running on a path to infinity. She couldn't see the end of it, but what she could see were all the pitfalls that dotted even the first stretch, let alone the abyssal black holes that lay ahead. Aina suddenly felt her heart constricting again, her breathing hitching as though there wasn't enough air in the room. She was already in the beginning stages of another panic attack before she even truly understood what was happening. It was at that moment that she felt two sturdy hands tighten on her hips. Aina looked into Lionel's eyes, still finding it a bit difficult to calm down. But, every time she felt like she might slip into another fit, she would always sense those sturdy hands. Aina collapsed on Lionel's chest, seemingly having been sapped of all her strength. The soothing feeling of Lionel's hand stroking her hair and the sound of his heartbeat against her ear seemed to help her own heart rate calm. "I don't want to lose you," Aina said softly. Lionel didn't respond. He didn't know if there was anything he could say to this. He realized that while these last 2 years had brought him great changes to his character, the same couldn't be said for Aina. But he should have expected as much. He had spent these last 24 months in an entirely new world, meeting people, forming relationships and ties. Taking on responsibilities he never had before. But, in Aina's case, she had spent the last 2 years in that very same constant battle. Though her body had grown and her strength had become greater, there was no such opportunity for her. If anything, she only sunk further and further into her fear of losing him. Lionel could easily see how his decision could make Aina feel as though she was jumping out of a frying pan and into a fire. She had just got him back, but she felt that she was losing him again. But, Lionel didn't see it this way. Was there really a problem if they simply took every step together? If they grew as one, rose to the top as a pair, would she still have to worry? Lionel continued to run his fingers through Aina's hair. There were some things that words couldn't fix and only actions could show. So, he would show her. The couple fell into a light sleep and were only awakened 2 days later by Lionel sensing someone trying to reach them. Yip! Yip! Little Blackstar hopped into Lionel's arms after he got dressed, causing the latter to laugh. "Yes, yes. I missed you too, buddy." Lionel smiled, stroking the little guy's fur. "I've got big plans for you, little Blackstar, are you ready?" The little mink blinked curiously at Lionel. But, he only smiled mysteriously toward this curiosity. Not long later, Lionel and Aina both left the segmented cube, only to find a group of elders led by Magneral waiting outside the small shop. Chapter 790. Elders. Lionel smiled as though he hadn't just been talking about destroying them all. It seemed he had already gained the two-faced nature of a politician. Lionel didn't see it this way, though. As long as Valiant Heart didn't get in his way, there wouldn't be any need for them to lock horns. Of course. He was planning on aiding their mortal enemies for what must have been several millennia already. So, maybe his thinking was still a bit green, albeit more forceful than it had been in the past. Even Aina couldn't help but give him a side eye. "I see that the shop is still going strong even after so long." Magneral tried to open the conversation up with some small talk. Lionel nodded in return. "My partners from the former polished glass faction have improved greatly in my absence. I'm quite proud of them." Lionel had left Kayla and the others without much guidance or instruction, not expecting his departure to actually be for so long. He had never thought that they would end up grasping the opportunity and growing so much in his absence, especially Kayla. Long before he left and before even building Blackstar, Lionel had given the group material and information they needed to greatly improve their crafting. However, in the end, an opportunity was just an opportunity. Oftentimes, people even took such things for granted to the point of squandering their chance entirely. But Kayla, Rum, Madia, and the others most definitely hadn't. In fact, their improvement even impressed Lionel. Lionel knew that he needed strength to achieve his goals. But his foundation couldn't be built without a layer of trust, respect and loyalty first. Though they were weak, this group had more than proven to him just what kind of people they were. And to Lionel, this was far more rare than just an individual with talent or power would be. So, he had already given them even more resources and knowledge. As far as he was concerned, they were his people now. The group exchanged some more pleasantries, something that would have been weird to any outside observer. It seemed as though they were having a talk of equals rather than a talk between seniors and juniors. But, at this point, the elders had no choice. Let alone what they had seen from Aina in the past couple years, Valiant Heart had practically been turned upside down in their absence. The longer Raylion spent away, the more and more backlash his system received. The freshmen seemed to only become more and more enraged with each passing day. As the pressure from outside sources also increased, no small number of people had withdrawn from the organization entirely. Hearing such talks, Lionel could only rub his nose lightly, pretending to be completely oblivious despite knowing that he probably had the largest hand in all of this. But, was it really his fault? Who asked Raylion to piss him off? The moment Raylion had given that speech, Lionel had laid down the groundwork to cause the collapse of his system. Unfortunately for Valiant Heart, though, before he could rein things back in short of their collapse, he became trapped in another world for 2 years. The result was seeds he had laid years ago growing and festering to the point the situation could hardly be handled with any sort of ease. Of course, the only ones who knew that Lionel had intentionally done such a thing, causing an uprising amongst the freshmen against their seniors, were Lionel and Aina. So, feigning ignorance was quite easy despite the fact Lionel felt a little bad. Forget it, things are better this way. The weaker they are, the less inclination they'll have to get in my way. It's either that or they'll react like cornered beasts. Hopefully it's the former and not the latter. Since the elders didn't want to have such a talk out in the open, they eventually chose to go to a nearby restaurant. Lionel still had a rule up that only a single fifth-dimensional entity could enter his shop at once and he didn't feel like changing it quite yet. Not long later, the group sat down. Once again, Magneral took the lead. Maybe because they believed her familiarity with Aina would help, she seemed to always be the one who headed their talks. As for the others, they were clearly here purely for support. I will get right to the point. Magneral spoke after a deep breath. Valiant Heart is in trouble and we've reached a point where the strength of our elders isn't enough to stave it off. As things stand now, Valiant Heart still has the strongest fifth-dimensional experts in our quadrant. The problem is that this is hardly meaningful if multiple choose to target us at once. The power of a few will never be able to match up to the power of the many. By paying a price, Valiant Heart has been able to receive the support of a neutral third party. However, after mediation, the only chance we have to protect our territory with be our gathering. Unfortunately, because you all were stuck in the zone for 2 years, we've been forced to make concessions to buy more time and have thus been forced into an even deeper corner. The odds are even more unfavorable for us now than they were before. Lionel listened to this from start to finish, not interrupting. The gathering will be exceptionally dangerous, so dangerous that we have chosen not to make it mandatory any longer. We cannot guarantee the lives or deaths of any of our students. We as teachers cannot take the burden of this choice from you. But, we still hope that you will choose to fight by Valiant Heart's side. Toward this end, we would be willing to give you no small amount of compensation. What do you say? Will you fight with us? Chapter 791. Lionel and Aina left the restaurant not long later, their expressions not giving much of anything away until they were already back in the segmented cube. Why did you agree to help them? Aina finally asked after the two were alone again. Why turn down free resources? Lionel said with a laugh. But if we help them protect their territory, wouldn't that make it more difficult for your plans? No, it would actually help. You and I aren't representative of the younger generation of Valiant Heart. With how shaky their foundations are, isn't it best to leave it in their hands? Well, Raylion actually isn't so weak. Lionel blinked, looking over at Aina, who had seemingly begun to cook something. Should I be jealous? Aina looked up from the stove, blinking innocently, a sweet smile on her face. You left me for 2 years. Who knows, maybe I wavered. Ah, Lionel looked like a wounded puppy some sick bastard punted across the room. Aina almost forgot it had just been a joke and nearly felt guilty. She really would have if Lionel didn't clench his chest and fall over in his chair, causing her to sputter with laughter. Laughing at my pain. Who did I wrong in my last life to have such a cruel girlfriend? Stop being so dramatic. I have fought him, he is indeed very powerful. If we had not lifted the curse, I would have lost to him without a doubt. There's a reason Valiant Heart had so much hope in him. Also, I'm not sure if I agree with you. From what Teacher Magnarl said, there are multiple organizations vying for their territory. Whatever land was ceded would definitely have numerous hands wanting a piece, especially since this world is so rich in ores. Chaos is an opportunity, no? Usually, yes. Lionel nodded. But, if there's one thing humans are good at doing, it's forming in-groups and out-groups. This is a predominantly human part of the universe. What would happen if several organizations of humans converged to split resources and there was a single race of people that didn't quite look like the others? Aina's hands paused. She looked over toward Lionel, who was playing with little Tolly. After 2 years of not bonding with the little guy, unlike with little Blackstar, who reaffirmed their connection practically instantaneously, Lionel had to put in some effort with little Tolly. That said, Aina wasn't looking toward Lionel because of this. Rather, she looked over because those seemingly simple words he just spoke carried a wisdom that shocked her. After a while, she realized that maybe she shouldn't be so surprised. Lionel's understanding of human nature was so deep that he practically collapsed Valiant Heart Mountain with just a few casual moves. Maybe the irony in all of this was that he still couldn't perfectly read her. But, that was less about him being unable to, and more about his love for her clouding his judgment. The Lionel that could so easily see what would happen to the Oryx should Valiant Heart lose, was the cold and calculating Lionel. No matter how he pretended, when it came to Aina, Lionel couldn't ever completely throw away all his emotions. At best, he could suppress them. Lionel looked up from little Tolly after realizing it had been a while since Aina said anything. When their gazes met, he blinked in confusion for a moment before grinning. What is it? Am I very handsome? Aina subconsciously nodded before she registered what she was doing. Lionel erupted into a fit of laughter when Aina froze. He hadn't laughed so hard in a long while. He realized at that moment that he was very happy. These simple, peaceful moments, sharing a kitchen with Aina, helping her with simple tasks and teasing one another, it made him forget about the burden on his back, albeit for just a moment. After hiding away her embarrassment, Aina couldn't help but agree with Lionel. If that's the way you're looking at it, then you're probably right. The clash between the Oryx and Valiant Heart is inevitable, though. Have you thought about Sail, Kayla, and the others? Thinking of Sail, Lionel sighed. Sail had worked very hard. Much like Raylion, she wanted to see Valiant Heart thrive, but neither one of them truly took the correct steps. Still, if he was going to feel bad about crossing anyone, it wouldn't be Raylion. However, Sail was completely different. Though she had done a poor job, at the very least, she tried to help him. The current Lionel, though, had come to an understanding that sometimes emotion couldn't always dictate his actions. The same way he would have chosen Elther even if he could resurrect Rollin, was the same reason he would face off against Valiant Heart even if it meant sliding Sail. Seeing the look on Lionel's face, Aina seemed to understand something. So, you've answered your grandfather's question? Aina had always avoided this question like the plague. She knew that Lionel was avoiding it, so she didn't want to be the one to bring up such horrible memories for him. But, for some reason, she felt supremely confident now that there wouldn't be an issue. Lionel smiled. He has his path, and I have my own. There was a reason that Lionel didn't want to be an emperor. Despite the fact it sounded like the highest and most esteemed title, Lionel didn't believe it. To him, the title emperor only represented detachment and coldness. However, a king was different to Lionel. A king was a man of the people. He was a man who could make tough decisions and bear the weight of a nation, but he could also joke and smile with his men, his laughter bringing brightness to his lands. Lionel knew that one day he would have to clash with his grandfather. After awakening his lineage factor, he understood that the Fox family was inflicted with its own sort of curse. A matchup of an emperor versus a king. It would be a sight to behold, indeed. Chapter 792. The next day, a large delivery of star core, refractive gold and blazing night ores was delivered to Lionel. By this point, Kayla and the others had already accumulated more than enough merits for Lionel to be able to trade for this much on his own. However, why spend it if he could save these merit points for something else? Lionel felt that this was more than enough to push his body to tier 9 of his metal body, something Lionel had to thank the tablet for allowing him to accomplish. After sorting out the information the tablet had flooded him with, Lionel had come to a solid understanding of what it was and how it worked, though its origins were still a complete mystery to him. Lionel's conclusion was quite simple: the tablet seemed to be especially tied to life elemental force and dream elemental force. If Lionel had to describe it, he might even say that it was a combination of the two forces to create an even higher grade force he couldn't fathom. Unfortunately, this unnamed force was too elusive. And, even if it wasn't, Lionel didn't have the life elemental affinity that would be needed to control it. This aside, Lionel felt that the force itself was less important in this context. What was important was the fact the tablet could produce it and make of it to perform all sorts of amazing actions. The first and most obvious was resurrection. However, from Lionel's understanding, this wasn't an all-encompassing resurrection. Only spirits the tablet had accepted into itself could be allowed to be rebirthed. And, even then, it would only be once. Lionel wasn't sure how this worked or why the tablet had such rules to begin with. It almost seemed too arbitrary and lacking in sense. Why would someone be able to be resurrected once but not a second time? And if Rollin, Elther, and the others were real people, then why was it that the tablet could only resurrect them but not others? After some thinking, Lionel couldn't think of an answer to the first question. But, he felt that he had a good guess for the second. A zone was essentially an instance of time folding in on itself. If left alone, it could cause a collapse of the present. However, there were a whole host of time loop problems that were introduced with this. For example, if Lionel went back in time like he did in the Joan zone, which timeline was real? Was it that one he learned about in school? Or was the real version of events the one where his actions killed her? Using logic to try to explain these things was near impossible, and it was simply easier to accept that time in the dimensional verse was not linear. However, since it wasn't linear, what did that represent? If Lionel had to make a somewhat educated guess, he would pinpoint that the difference between people like Rollin and Joan, versus say himself or Aina, was that the former two had been plucked out of the normal laws of causality, whereas the latter two, although travelers to these past and future eras, were still fundamentally in the presence and thus still bound by it. Lionel wasn't certain if he had properly wrapped his mind around it. For instance, it might be better described as a twist or shift in causality rather than a dismissal of it. But, the fundamental truth was that whatever laws of causality that applied to them did not apply to others. And it was this fundamental shift in causality that the tablet was able to take advantage of a loophole and to resurrect people. Having accepted this, Lionel found that it was easier to wrap his mind around and gave him a deeper appreciation for the other abilities of the tablet. This led to the second ability, which was tied to loosening and undoing bottlenecks. Using this higher level force, the tablet was able to clear away obstacles usually presented by a Buddhist lack of maturity or slow adaptation. In exchange for the energies it liked to absorb, the tablet could open up bottlenecks for Lionel, thus making his future progress much quicker. It was the third ability, though, that made Lionel feel like the stars were aligning for him. Truthfully, this wasn't an actual ability of the tablet in the meaning that it was created for this purpose. Rather, it was Lionel's dreamscape that sparked and suddenly made a connection to another problem he hadn't had a solution to for years. Long ago, Lionel had learned about Little Blackstar's fantastic ability to steal the powers of those he killed. The only shame about it was that the little guy could only take on one ability at a time for himself. The bright side of this had been the fact that Little Blackstar could allow others to absorb these abilities as well. But, with that came two severe downsides. The first was more manageable. Not every ability would result in an increase in strength. For example, if Lionel tried to absorb the ability of someone else with a Dream Force affinity, the likelihood was that he would get weaker and not stronger. Absorbing an ability required it to be compatible, for it to be of equal or higher strength, and for it to have a synergizing effect with your own. If not, it would be more of a detriment than anything else. The second downside, though, was crippling, so crippling that Lionel hadn't even considered using Little Blackstar's ability in this way until now. When one absorbed the ability of the dead, a lingering personality or soul would remain behind, permanently changing one's disposition for a lifetime. However, the tablet was able to absorb this lingering soul, leaving behind nothing but the pure ability. Lionel exhaled a long breath, flames crackling between his teeth and lips. His eyes opened, a calm light within them as he stood and entered the lab setting. Not long later, he stood before two snow globes he had kept under lock and key, unwilling to take any risk with them at all. Within these snow globes, there were none other than Candle and Vice, the two savants that remained of Earth. Chapter 793. When Candle and Vice appeared, it was no surprise that both were shaken. The last time they had been in the world, they had been on the verge of dying, and even now, both were still severely wounded. Everything within the snow globe was frozen, even their thoughts. The good news was that they didn't experience any time passing, so they hadn't felt confined. But the bad news was that the moment they saw Lionel's face, they panicked and almost unleashed their strength once again. Fortunately, though, they had obviously had no improvement in the last 3 or so years, while Lionel himself was on a completely different level. Just a flicker of Lionel's pale violet eyes made the pair freeze, their bodies trembling beneath his presence. Lionel wasn't sure of the name of his fourth lineage factor, but he chose to call it King's Might. He didn't feel particularly bad picking out a name for himself either, because he was certain that his current lineage factor was a mutation and not the same as any one of the originals it merged from. This lockdown effect was easy to use when there was a large difference between himself and his opponent. It was most effective when there was direct eye contact, though his released aura had a similar, albeit weaker effect. The main ability of this King's Might lineage factor was in its coercion. It seemed to add a mysterious force to Lionel's attacks, defenses, and actions that made them harder to deal with. It was almost like a universal boost similar to universal force, but this one was reliant on his king's path. As expected, the greatest change Lionel experienced was in his domains, but he had yet to try this out in battle. Soon, realizing they couldn't move, Candle and Vice sat what they must have thought was still. But their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their lips quivering. Seeing them in such a state, Lionel sighed. When he came here, he had every intention of killing these two. In fact, he knew well that the smartest thing to do would be to do exactly this and hand their abilities over to someone he could value and trust. However, seeing them in such a state made his heart waver. Ultimately, much of Candle and Vice's issues weren't their fault. From a young age, they had been trapped in a cage all alone, unable to see or experience the outside world, not for anything they had done, but rather for the small chance of what they might do in the future. Lionel couldn't imagine the loneliness they had experienced, the hardship and heartache they couldn't even explain without the experience or references to do so. Lionel could suddenly feel their fear almost innately, as though they were bearing their souls to him. He could see the cold, harsh nights they had suffered. He could see the timidity they cultured within themselves as whatever semblance of personality they had was snuffed out. He could see them wondering if there even was an outside world to experience, thinking if this really was all there was to life. This must be a hidden ability of King's Might. The moment Lionel saw such scenes, he knew he couldn't kill them anymore. It was his own grandfather who had chosen to lock these children away, likely wanting to find a way to rear and control them in the future. If he took such a path, how different would he be from him? I don't always have to choose the least palatable decision, Lionel sighed. I'm sorry. Candle and Vice's gazes darted about. For a moment it seemed like they were trying to find out who Lionel was talking to, but their ability to read and pick up on social cues was too poor. Despite the fact Lionel was still gazing at them, it was like they were letting the logic of it being impossible for him to say such a thing override the reality that he had. Lionel smiled bitterly, releasing his hold on the two. Suddenly finding the invisible chains around their bodies loosened, the two savants weren't sure how to react. The result was them naively sitting in place, too afraid to move in case they were punished for it. Lionel gazed at them for a moment. He really wasn't sure what to do. He had come here with a purpose, but now he almost felt like it would be best if he simply put both back into the snow globes. When you chose to follow Lionel, what did he promise you? Lionel finally spoke these words. The two savants were taken off guard by the question and began to fidget. They were too worried to answer, not wanting to say the wrong thing. However, Lionel patiently waited, not saying a single word. He didn't want to influence them one way or another. Candle clasped her hands together, erratically rubbing her thumbs and biting at the inside of her cheeks. She kept throwing glances at Lionel as though she expected him to lash out. But, after several moments, she realized that Lionel was simply waiting for them. She didn't know why, but Lionel's expression seemed pleasant. There was no harsh coldness in his eye, his lip was lightly curled, and his disposition was patient. Was that a smile? Her vocabulary wasn't very deep. The only reason she knew how to speak at all was due to the time before she was locked away and from overhearing the guards speak. How long had it been since she saw a smile? Before she realized what was happening, Candle's gaze began to turn blurry with tears. She couldn't control them before they came out in an onslaught, drenching her cheeks and the gray prisoner uniform she still wore. Her breathing hiccuped, her chest heaving as she tried to fill her lungs with air to no avail. The harder she pushed, the harder she seemed to cry. He said. Candle's breathing hitched. He said, we could see the outside world. Chapter 794. Lionel's heart softened even more so than usual. Candle was just a teenage girl. After having her age frozen, she was even younger than Lionel in comparison to before. At that moment, Lionel couldn't see her as anything other than a little girl. And likewise for Vice, he was just a little boy. Just their age alone made it difficult for Lionel to work up the courage to harm them. But their backstory made it even more difficult. Is that all you want? To see the outside world? Candle nodded up and down, her forearm trying to wipe her falling tears away. Vice's eyes turned red, seemingly caught up in Candle's emotions. But he simultaneously seemed quite detached from it all, almost as though he was just copying Candle rather than truly feeling the emotions she was. Lionel took note of all of this. He couldn't possibly expect that his pity would suddenly turn around and cause these two savants to become normal people. As cruel as his grandfather was, there was a reason they were locked up to begin with. Some psychopaths were good at imitating the emotions they saw around them but lacked the empathy that came with it. Unfortunately for Vice, having been locked away since he was a child, he never properly built up his skill. Coupling that with how sharp Lionel's perception was to begin with, and he never really stood a chance of hiding it. Usually, this imitation ability of psychopaths didn't come naturally. It would be a lengthy process of being called out for their behavior that would eventually have them realize they needed to fit in more. Some would become so good at it that they would lean into their narcissistic traits and even begin to manipulate the people around them. At least this was the surface-level understanding Lionel had. He wasn't an expert by any stretch of the imagination. However, he did find that King's might allowed him to almost take a peek into a person's psyche. Lionel sighed internally. It seemed that Candle was still relatively normal, maybe with some increased sensitivity compared to normal people. But that could only be expected with her experiences. Vice, though, was a different story entirely. That said, not all psychopaths were evil mass murderers. In fact, the majority were not and could function in everyday society just fine despite the stigma attached to them. As for which one vice was, the majority or the minority, only time would tell. Lionel made a decision. All right, I will let you see the outside world. But, we have to make a deal first. Is that okay? Candle blinked away tears, looking up toward Lionel from her position on the floor beside Vice. A deal? Lionel smiled lightly, but he still felt that he was taking advantage of a child. Whether it was Candle or Vice, both had too little understanding of the world and the kind of life they were living. Having them make such a life-altering deal themselves wasn't the most ethical. But, he had no choice. I will be honest with the two of you. With your power, you are very dangerous, maybe even more dangerous than any other existences in this world. Do you understand what I am saying? Candle's eyes dimmed. She felt that she had heard something like this before. However, I do not want to lock you up like others have. Though the likelihood that you will cross me is very high, I am willing to give you a chance to prove me and everyone else wrong. Candle blinked, a small light of hope brightening her gaze. I need 2 bodyguards. Lionel continued. With your power and talent, I have no doubt that you two would be an excellent choice. If you accept, you will be able to travel the world with me and see what the outside looks like. You'll grow by my side and eventually there'll come a time where there won't be a single place you won't be able to step into. I'll protect the both of you like I would my own brother and sister, that I can promise you. What do you say? As expected, the 2 savants accepted Lionel's proposal. The truth was that Lionel had never expected them to say no. The power imbalance between the 2 parties was too large. And, though they were a bit naive and slow, they weren't stupid. Lionel had purposely not mentioned what would happen had they rejected, but that didn't mean they couldn't piece 2 and 2 together. Even if Lionel didn't kill them, they might very well spend the next however long within the snow globe. Still, Lionel was greatly satisfied. If there were 2 people one had to choose to be bodyguards, 2 savants was already beyond anything most could match, but the combination of Candle and Vice was almost impossibly great. Vice had an exceptionally high spatial affinity. He had the ability to lock down space even to the point of freezing the movement of those several times more powerful than himself without much effort. At the moment, his ability was still within the 4th dimension, both due to a combination of him having barely gotten any chance to improve it and having been sealed away for so long. Yet, it was already so powerful that even the current Lionel didn't dare to underestimate it. If it wasn't for his domain, Lionel would have died to Vice's hands long ago. Then there was Candle. Vice's ability alone was excellent. But, when paired with Candle's, once they reached a certain level, Lionel would have a hard time believing that he could ever get hurt. Candle had the ability to reflect and multiply and attack back with her mirror ability. It was the ultimate defensive ability and even the best Lionel had ever seen. He had even wanted to kill Candle and give this ability to one of his teammates who shared a strong defensive ability as well. As long as the 2 didn't betray him, Lionel would be almost impossible to kill by someone within range of their skills. But that was only as long as Chapter 795. Coach. With a hint of grogginess, an older man with a thick mustache awoke, looking around with calm, narrowed eyes. When Coach Owen saw Lionel looking over him, he blinked. Son of a bitch. You died too, kid? And what the hell is with that hairdo? You look like a dyke. Lionel pinched the bridge of his nose. Whenever his coach had a sip to drink, all his political correctness went out the window. It was as though he didn't know you weren't allowed to say that kind of stuff. And, apparently, his almost dying had the same effect as a shot of whiskey. Lionel slapped his coach's chest, knocking a bit of wind out of his sails. Hey, hey. What the hell are you doing, brat? Can't you see him lying here? If you're mad, go dye it black like a real man. Aina sputtered with laughter, unable to hold it back anymore. Huh? Coach Owen looked over. Well, at least the angels are beautiful. Lionel's expression darkened. Had this old man gone senile? Stop ogling my girlfriend, coach, or else I'll throw you back in the snow globe. HM. Coach Owen blinked, touching his chest. He seemed to finally register that though Lionel's slap had stung, for a man who should have been pierced through the chest, it hadn't hurt nearly enough. At first he thought that heaven just healed injuries, that made sense, right? But, he felt as though his body was very much in the present and didn't feel any different at all. It was only then he understood that he must somehow still be alive. Though he couldn't understand how, he was a military man. Spending too much time harping on details wasn't his style. Instead, he looked over toward Aina. Hey, little girl. I just thought you should know that before you, this ungrateful brat spent at least 4 years pining over another little girl. He wouldn't shut up about it, truly ridiculous. Make sure you protect yourself from his grubby hands, never fall for a man with another woman on his mind. Lionel was speechless while Aina's laughter only grew. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop her bell-like laughter from resonating across the room. What are you laughing about? Gramps here is only trying to give you some advice. This little twerp actually asked the same woman out more than 500 times and still had the face to continue, going on about some persistence nonsense. I almost sent him to the school board to be reviewed for sexual harassment. Aina finally couldn't take it anymore. She clenched her stomach, her abs aching from laughing so hard. There didn't seem to be enough air in the room for her to breathe. Have you said enough yet, old man? Lionel snapped. Hey, what are you getting mad at me for? She's too beautiful for you anyway, brat. At the very least, she deserves a man with a better haircut. I thought I taught you better than this. That's Aina, damn it. Huh? Coach Owen blinked, looking toward the laughing Aina once again. You met a girl by the same name? Lionel almost fainted. After a long while, Coach Owen finally dropped the senile act. Though it was a bit hard to accept that these Ainas were the same person, his ability to brush off the details of how things worked was still immaculate. Ah, so you healed me. What a busybody, I was looking forward to finally having some rest. Lionel didn't know how to respond to this. This old man was really ungrateful. Who could possibly want to miss out on this era? Spit it out already, brat. You've been tiptoeing around something ever since I woke up. You know I don't like it when people can't get to the point. Lionel's expression turned serious. I need you to betray the Ascension Empire. Coach Owen froze before slowly looking up toward Lionel. Okay, maybe that was a little too to the point. I take it back. Lionel's gaze met his coach's eyes, but he didn't back down. Coach Owen rubbed his forehead, grumbling. You leave a brat to their own devices and suddenly they've become a little monster. You know, when I asked you to gain your own goals, I didn't also say to become suicidal. Though he said this, Coach Owen was inwardly grinning from ear to ear. This wasn't because he had some tragic backstory that made him want to harm the Ascension Empire. In fact, the Empire had always treated him well. What he was grinning about was the look in Lionel's eye. It was finally there. That fire that had been nothing but smoldering embers before. Do you need to do this? Coach Owen asked. Yes. You could likely inherit the throne naturally if you just make your intentions known. Coach Owen replied seriously. Your grandfather isn't as ramrod as you think he is. In a lot of ways, he is very flexible and progressive. It won't be the same. Lionel didn't hesitate in his response. Anne. If I understand that man well enough, then there is no way he will give up the throne because now he doesn't have to. His goal is the same as mine. Aina listened without breathing a word. She could feel how serious this was, and the fact that Lionel was speaking of this with her and Coach Owen here clearly illustrated that the two of them were the people he likely trusted the most in this world. Coach Owen met Lionel's eyes and released a puff of air. All right. But, I'm not suicidal, brat. If you don't have a solid plan of approach, I won't act and I will leave you hanging. I have a beautiful life to enjoy still, many women I have yet to taste, sights I've yet to see. I'm not dying for you. Lionel's lip twitched. Wasn't this old man just complaining about being revived? How had it suddenly gone from that to him not being suicidal? Chapter 796. It won't be any time soon, coach. It's just that your province is without a doubt the best launching point. The only trouble is I don't really understand my grandfather's ability. If he has the world spirit, taking Earth from him will be difficult. At first Lionel thought that his grandfather was able to display such strength because of the world spirit. But now, he wasn't so sure. In fact, he was almost certain that during the attack that wiped out the entire fleet of S.H.I.E.L.D. Cross Stars members, not a single ounce of world force had been used. Lionel could be certain of this now because he had experienced real world force during his battle against Alexander the Apex. After comparing and contrasting that strength, Lionel had come to understand that the energy he had felt that day wasn't like world force at all and was much more like the energy of his king's might lineage factor with some obvious differences. Still, it was similar enough that Lionel was able to recognize it. Such a reality was indeed a scary prospect. How powerful, then, was his grandfather really? And how had he managed to grow to such a point? Lionel realized that his grandfather wasn't simple long ago. After all, he had known for a very long time that his grandfather, despite not knowing who he was, had had his mother with a woman from the Luxnix family. This family had a sixth-dimension lineage factor and was, as such, most definitely at least in that realm. But, now that he knew who his grandfather was, it only raised more questions. How had his grandfather managed to interact with such a person as a human of the third dimension? Was this related to why his own father was on Earth? And what about his mother? Was her disappearance related to matters of this story? Your grandfather doesn't have the world spirit. Your mother does. Lionel, who had practically been mumbling to himself, suddenly snapped his head upward. What? At first Lionel was shocked by the news, then the fact Coach Owen knew this at all. Then, Lionel remembered how much Coach Owen knew about himself, even down to the true origins of his father. If Lionel recalled correctly, Coach Owen had even commented on his father's vomit brew more than once before, clearly pointing towards something quite important about it in hindsight. In a lot of ways, knowing these things was just as if not more impressive than knowing his mother had the world spirit. Clearly, Coach Owen's standing on Earth was not small. Or, it could be that his relationship with his father was truly very close. Now Lionel realized he truly never had a chance at it. If his mother gained the world spirit even before he was born, how could he ever had a chance at a piece of it? And, he was definitely not going to snatch it from the woman who gave birth to him. Lionel took a deep breath and organized his thoughts. It was fine, it just meant that he had no fate with Earth's world spirit. It didn't matter. He didn't need it. When Lionel recollected his focus, he spoke to his coach for an hour more before finally sending him back to Earth. You're insane. Lionel listened with a smile as Aina practically talked his ear off. Ever since he had revealed his plans to her, she had reacted like this. He didn't blame her. After all, they had gone from having the abode setting all to themselves to suddenly having to share it with two not particularly mentally stable people. At that moment, the couple walked hand in hand, soon reaching the depths of Founding Peak. Today was the day they were meant to set off for the gathering. Yet, while everyone else seemed tense, the two of them were still chatting as though the world wasn't collapsing around them. It's just called a calculated risk. Aina rolled her eyes. Candle and Vice were helping me in the kitchen yesterday, and do you know what happened? Lionel coughed awkwardly. The meal came out great? It did indeed come out great. He practically inhaled it all like he always did with Aina's cooking. She was simply too good and was even getting better every day, something he hadn't thought would be possible. Aina gave him a sidelong glare. Candle was shocked by the beast corpse and ended up stabbing it with a knife a few dozen times before we even got a chance to clean the carcass. There was blood and guts everywhere. Lionel blinked innocently, Sounds like she did a good job tenderizing the meat. Aina's glare became sharper. That's just the start of it. I told Vice to boil some water. I even told him how much water to use, which pot to pick, and what temperature to put it on. But, the moment the water started bubbling, he panicked and froze everything. No harm, no foul, right? Lionel forced a grin. Unfortunately, Aina's glare only became more intense. I shattered the spatial lock around myself on instinct, but that only made him panic more. He ended up sending the boiling water flying toward Candle. And of course, Candle reflected it back, making the scalding water go everywhere. Lionel coughed. He had been focusing on training and hadn't been anywhere near the kitchen. He knew that if something went wrong, Aina was more than strong enough to handle it, especially since the two savants had yet to properly mature. Usually, boiling water wouldn't be an issue. After all, it was just 100 degrees Celsius. But that was only in the third dimension. The kind of water Aina was talking about now was the cleansing waters that ran all throughout the segmented cube. If it had been brought to boiling, it was practically bubbling lava. Did the steel table survive? Lionel asked. No. Aina replied shortly. All the food that had been on it fell to the ground too. You want a foot massage? Aina's harsh gaze vanished into a brilliant smile that seemed to illuminate the world around them. At least you know. Yes, ma'am. The two laughed, oblivious to the heavy atmosphere around them. Soon, they entered a clearing. Before them, the familiar youths they had gone into the Valiant Zone with came into view alongside a cohort of 5 elders, of which Lionel only recognized one, Head Hutchin. The others tried to hide it, but Lionel's senses were too sharp. Each and every one of them was more powerful than Head Hutchin by a large margin. It seemed that Valiant Heart Mountain was going all out. For them, this was a matter of life and death. Chapter 797. Lionel sat in silent meditation, his legs crossed. To his side, Aina rested her cheek on his shoulder, her eyes in a peaceful state of closure. The ship they both sat within moved silently through the depths of space, but not a single person seemed apt to say a word. The silence weighed heavily and seemed to be anchored by the 4 elders that followed after Head Hutchin. Of course, there was another hidden layer beneath this. The youths that followed couldn't help but steal glances at Aina. But, this time, it only had a small part to do with her beauty, especially since she wore her mask, covering her enchanting expression. Rather, the true reason behind their sporadic glances was because of a deeply ingrained inferiority that had been marked into their soul during their zone entry. Shockingly enough, though, there were even some youths who hadn't participated that had this same look in their eye. Valiant Heart had brought along a bit over 24 youths. The number that would survive this was unknown, but they all seemed to look toward Aina as though she was their light of hope. The truth of it all made Lionel's lip curl into a smile. It seemed that he had made an excellent choice in Queen. Though she tried to hide it, it had taken Aina a long recovery period to feel as though she could battle again. Maybe even now, she wasn't quite back to 100%. But, with Lionel's support, and help from her resources, she was quickly recovering. Unfortunately, Valiant Heart didn't have the luxury of pushing back the date any further. The result was a lot of their geniuses being stuck at about 70 to 80% recovered. In this sort of ironic situation, while all the youths looked toward Aina as their light of hope, Head Hutchin and the 4 mysterious elders who followed after him kept looking toward Lionel. The next 3 days seemed to be a constant state of silence. Other than food apparently prepared ahead of time by Magneral personally, there was no other break in it. Everyone seemed to be priming themselves for a life and death battle. It was on the 4th day that Lionel sensed the ship slow. It was only a fraction and was imperceptible to most. But, it was more than enough for him to open his eyes, a dull glow shimmering within. Lionel suddenly felt his primitive instincts tingling at his nerves. It seems that this matter won't be as simple as I thought it would be. After awakening King's Might, Lionel was more sensitive in several facets, including this one. He immediately put up his guard, his heart pounding with a faint excitement. This was it. This would be the first of his steps toward his true goal. All his life, everyone had always told him that the moment he truly gained something he wanted to fight for, he would become a monster. It was about time he found out if this was true. With a flash, the ship appeared above a large planet. At a glance, Lionel could tell that it was easily 1,000-fold larger than Earth. Usually, within the third dimension, such a planet would be gaseous. But, in what seemed to be the fifth dimension, its state was likely even a greater state of solid than even Earth itself. The planet was quite beautiful. From their vantage point, it was possible to see a swirl of several cloud formations, a radiant green and blue making it shine like a polished marble. However, beauty didn't always equate to safety. Those gorgeous swirls of clouds were all hurricane formations. The planet, despite its large size, was completely covered in just a handful of these massive storms, making one wonder just how violent they were. As expected, when the ship broke into the atmosphere, the harsh winds and natural death traps began to make their presence known. The vessel, which had been steady up until this point, began to rattle and quake, threatening to break apart into its many pieces. "This is Planet Vincero." Head Hutchin's voice was like a sudden gunshot amidst an endlessly silent night. Though it was nowhere near as abrasive as a true fired shot, and was even quite soothing, after so many days of silence, it felt just as jarring. "It is a world with a disaster rating of 2 stars. Lionel's eyes narrowed. He had learned about disaster ratings during his force crafting studies. This was because planets with great disaster ratings had difficult-to-reach resources and were thus also great sources of food for metal spirits. Of course, disaster rating worlds were also mentioned by the overeating hazard chapter his father had left behind. Metal spirits that had lost their rationality were even known to swallow entire planets of this caliber, causing catastrophic events. This aside, a disaster rating of 1 star had death traps that could even swallow someone a half step into the 5th dimension. A disaster of 2 stars could destroy someone even a half step into the 6th dimension. It was safe to say that such a world wasn't just a little bit dangerous. The fact that the gathering was being held here. This world is the property of the neutral third party overseeing this event and was chosen as a neutral site. There are some marked safe zones, one of which we will be landing on. Do not stray from these zones unless you want to forfeit your life. The ship continued to descend. Lionel's senses latched onto the hull, following its trajectory like a hawk. He very quickly realized that there was a planned route of descent, almost like how rockets back during Earth's 21st century had to re-enter the atmosphere at a specific angle to avoid burning up. But, this technique was clearly most complex. The turbulence reached near disaster levels, but the vessel seemed to hold up well, not wavering. I will now explain how this gathering will work. Stay sharp, understanding will decide your life and death. Chapter 798. Your battle over the next few days will be against both the terrain and the geniuses of other bronze organizations. The more victories you claim, the more protection Valiant Heart will gain. The first round will be a battle for placement. It will require your teamwork and strength. As for the details of this, it is unimportant for now. It will be best if you take in the terrain and circumstances yourselves over the next few hours. However, what I will explain is which enemies you will face. Head Hutchin didn't look toward the group of youths. From beginning to end, his eyes remained closed as though he was visualizing everything in his mind. It was difficult to tell just what he was thinking. There are 3 other bronze organizations competing in this gathering: Misty Woods, Rusted Blade, and Crimson Hall. Of these 3, Crimson Hall is the most murderous, Rusted Blade has the most offensive strength, and Misty Woods has the most mysterious and unpredictable methods. The head student of Misty Woods is known as Wissan Shathana. His ability is classified under the Energy Shield Ability Index and has reached the misdirection stage. The head student of Rusted Blade is known as Rafthin Valith. His ability is classified under the Physical Strength Ability Index and has reached the explosion stage. The head student of Crimson Hall is known as Emna Basiran. Her ability is classified under the Blade Affinity Ability Index and has reached the Body as Blade stage. Lionel listened to all of this silently, slotting in these individuals into certain positions within his mind. The Energy Shield Ability Index was separated into partiality, misdirection, nullification, reflection, and amplification. This Wissan was at the second stage of 5. This allowed him to change the direction of attacks aimed for him, which was a step above partiality, which allowed for a percentage-based blocking of an attack, and a step below nullification, which negated attacks entirely. The Physical Strength Ability Index was among the most straightforward. It was separated into power, explosion, and pull. Though there were only 3 stages as far as Lionel knew, the separation between each was quite large. Those at explosion were quite rare and were separated from those at the power stage by being able to implement their strength in an instant without any build-up. Finally, the Blade Affinity Ability Index was probably the most interesting. It was split into sense, feel, body as blade, union, and transcendence. Much like most 5th stages, transcendence could only be reached by savants. But body as blade allowed one to use close combat techniques as though their every body part was another blade. Though Head Hutchin hadn't explained what star level these abilities were at, even if they were all at 3 stars within their individual stages, Lionel couldn't help but come to one conclusion. Weak. The abilities weren't very unique or enigmatic. Sail's ability alone seemed to blow them out of the water. When Hephaestus and Raylion were added into the mix, such a group shouldn't stand a single chance. This realization made it difficult for Lionel to wrap his mind around where all this worry was coming from. Until, that is, Head Hutchin spoke again. This information I have given you is what we've been able to gather over the last 2 decades. But everything seems to point toward it being outdated. There is also a good chance that these 3 have become nothing but puppet student heads, while the true powerhouses are covertly hidden within their shadows. All I can say is to remain alert. We are here. The rattling of the ship came to a sudden halt. Head Hutchin's eyes finally opened as he stood to his full height. He moved to the hull of the ship, his aura suddenly flashing. With a bang, the large doors of the ship suddenly swung open. The influx of wind threatened to throw them all from their seats. Even with Lionel's hair barely being about 2 to 3 inches in length now, it still whipped about furiously. The sound of blades sharpening resounded as the winds lashed out across Lionel's skin. He couldn't help but look down at himself, only to find shallow white marks being left all across his chest and torso. Since he was representing Valiant Heart, both he and Aina had no choice but to wear their official uniforms, so his upper body was almost completely bare. And, unlike everyone else who reacted with their forced skin, he had been confident in his Bodhis defenses. Yet, even then, this wind was still leaving marks as though he was being whipped. Plus, if he let things keep going like this, even if he would be fine, his pants would be torn to shreds. Lionel's eyes glowed a faint violet. At that moment, a subtle and imperceptible sheen spread across his body. The next blade of wind that whipped against him shattered and scattered into the air. Aina awoke, her cheek rising from Lionel's shoulder. "Student Aina Brazinger." Head Hutchin's voice suddenly spoke out. "From this moment on, you will be the head student of Valiant Hall." Whether by coincidence or design, everyone seemed to turn their attention toward Raylion. Yet, they found nothing but indifference. There was not even a sign of a clenched fist or jaw. He simply rose from his seat. Aina blinked but didn't react with much more than a nod. Head Hutch and the 4 mysterious elders took the lead with every expectation that their new head student would take the lead of the others. Lionel smiled and bowed magnanimously toward Aina. "My esteemed head student, I will cross into the fires of hell to follow your lead." Aina rolled her eyes and blinked toward the hull's doors. Down below, an expanse of white fog was all that could be seen. If one was sharp, though, it was possible to make out that the ground was about 50 meters below. Unfortunately, in such an environment, the takeoff of a ship couldn't be guaranteed, so it could only be docked in the air where it was easier to maintain its lift. Without much hesitation, Aina leapt after the 5 elders. Chapter 799. Lionel fell from the skies rapidly, falling through the clouds at a gradually increasing pace. It should have probably felt quite refreshing to plunge through what was effectively a plume of mist like this. However, for most of the geniuses, it was impossible to enjoy this sensation with the whipping winds threatening to throw them off into the distance. Lionel, however, didn't seem to have this problem. The winds hardly tickled him and he found the spritz of water quite invigorating. However, he didn't bask in this sensation for long as he had already focused on the figures below. Bang! Lionel landed heavily on the ground, his body causing no small amount of commotion. He didn't seem to care about breaking his fall in the slightest. And, aside from a slight bending of his knees, he didn't seem to be affected by it at all. Aina descended to Lionel's side. She held the polearm of her battle axe in one hand, placing a foot in the hook of its blade at the same time. Controlled by some mysterious force, her descent was as gentle as a feather's and as graceful as a swan's. It would have been easy to believe that she was a delicate young lady if not for the size of her weapon. One after another, the youths descended from the skies. Sail used her petals, Raylion used his telekinesis, and Hephaestus rolled the moment he hit the ground, dispelling the impact with the deftness of a prowling creature. The 5 elders looked back toward Lionel, taking keen notice of the cracked stone beneath his feet. Even a strength-based ability user shouldn't have been able to do that. 50 meters in a third-dimensional world and a fifth-dimensional one were most definitely not created equal, and neither was stone capable of withstanding this sort of perpetual storm. Lionel didn't seem to notice their looks as a particularly naughty little mink hopped out from his spatial ring and onto his shoulders. Little Blackstar jumped to Lionel's head, his little nose wrinkling. Clearly, he hadn't taken a liking to the atmosphere. Though his body glowed with the dark green of the ability he had stolen, he eventually abandoned using it entirely and simply entered his incorporeal form. Lionel smiled, scratching the little guy's head. It seemed that little Blackstar had outgrown the wind affinity ability he had snatched from the puppet master's lackey. In this sort of environment, it wasn't very helpful at all despite this being a wind-based disaster-rated world. It seems that the mighty Valiant Heart has finally decided to appear. Lionel looked up, only to find a man wearing a blade twice the height of his body on his back. The blade was almost 3 feet thick and had not a single spot on it that wasn't covered by a rustic, brownish-red rust. Though it had some taper to it, the blade edge itself was most definitely blunt, or at least it seemed to be. In any other setting, especially if it was set up alone, this would be quite a dignified weapon, albeit old and more of an antique. However, on the back of a man clearly 2 meters too short to be wielding it, it looked more comical than anything else. Lionel couldn't hold back a small laugh. Even though he rolled his lips over each other, holding the rest of it back, how could a fifth-dimensional existence miss such a thing? The man who was clearly from the Rusted Blade organization frowned, looking toward Lionel. But, he couldn't quite figure out what was so funny. Still, he somehow felt irritated by the way Lionel avoided his gaze. Usually, a brat like that would dodge his eyes out of fear. But, this was clearly something much different from that. In an atmosphere that had fallen silent after the man's taunt, Lionel's snicker was all too obvious. Several eyes all fell toward him at once. Even through the partial fog, who here wasn't an expert capable of dealing with such a minor matter? Lionel cleared his throat. Sorry. You were saying? Aina, who understood Lionel quite well, smiled beneath her mask. With his near obsession with cool outfits and uniforms, he was especially in tune with what was very much not cool. Carrying around a 4-meter-long sword that made you look like a walking crucifix? Definitely not cool. However, this was only the surface level. In a single action, Lionel seemed to dispel all the tension in the air. Whether on purpose or by coincidence of his charm, the youths following behind them all let out a collective breath, their backs standing just a bit straighter. Head Hutchin gave Lionel a deep look. They had been late on purpose. The ship had been filled to the brim with a healing agent that could be inhaled. They wanted to delay for as long as possible so their youths could heal up as much as possible. Toward that end, they were willing to withstand just a bit more pressure. However, What Hutchin hadn't expected was for Lionel to deal with it all for them. Without a word, Hutchin turned toward the other groups. At the moment, they all stood on a tall stone pillar that was easily 500 meters across. There seemed to be ancient patterns etched into it that caused even the cracks Lionel had created with his fall to quickly mend. This pillar was the roof of one of the few bases the third party the four organizations had contracted had on this planet. However, it was very clear that no one was intent on entering this base. It seemed that the first round would start now. I think we can drop the pleasantries, correct? Hutchin said coolly. The man with the crucifix sword still felt irritated for reasons he couldn't even explain. It was clear that no one had ever laughed at his sword before, so how could he possibly guess that that was what Lionel found to be so ridiculous? Before he realized what was happening, Hutchin had already taken control of the narrative and was forcing things forward. The man's expression darkened, but he could only let it slide after sweeping a dark glance toward Lionel. The rules for the first round will be as we've agreed upon. As for the later rounds, they will be handled by our trusted third party. An older woman who seemed to already have a foot in the grave spoke up from the side of Misty Woods. The youths who cannot pass this round won't be allowed to participate when it really counts. You can each choose 3 seeded geniuses to skip this. Hutchin didn't flinch at these requirements. Aina. Raylion. Sale. You 3 will be seated. Hutchin waited for the other 3 organizations to call out their own seated geniuses, but none of them spoke a single word. The elders of Valiant Heart all narrowed their eyes. They could all see the head students Hutchin had mentioned earlier amongst their crowd of geniuses. Yet, none of them were called out. The wrinkled older woman smiled. You do not need to worry, our seated geniuses have already been chosen and set aside. Chapter 800. At this point, there was nothing that Hutchin could do. The 3 organizations hadn't broken any of the rules, there was nothing that said they couldn't hide their seated geniuses. Valiant Heart would have tried to do the same thing if it wasn't for the fact the last 2 years exposed all of their cards to their enemies. It could be said that right now, the only true trump card they had was Lionel. AI, how embarrassing. I'm not even seated. Lionel chuckled lightly, his expression still carefree. Stretching out his back, Lionel's bare toes curled along the stone floor. For a moment, it even seemed as though he would tip over and fall. Yet, he was able to snap back up like a rubber band, his body feeling light and springy. In these 2 years, Lionel had never stopped training his flexibility. But now that he had reached Tier 9 of his metal body, it was likely that he would need a new Yogg-like technique quite soon. Head Hutchin turned back to the group. Seeing Lionel's casual appearance, he somehow felt a bit of worry drop from his heart. You all have to be careful. Hutchin spoke, his tone solemn. We won't be able to interfere in this round, even if you should lose your lives, so you must take care of yourselves and each other. This round will be both a race and a competition. Do you see those thinner pillars in the distance? Everyone looked off toward Hutchin's gaze. There, through the harsh winds and dense fog they could see a number of thin pillars that were exceptionally tall, some even taller than this roof they stood upon, but only about 2 feet across. In these hurricane-force winds, these tall pillars waved back and forth. Given their height, it was only an incremental movement relatively speaking, showing off a level of great engineering. However, due to their narrow thickness, it felt like a great distance nonetheless. The sturdiest of the pillars had a movement radius of 1 meter for a full range of 2 meters in any of the cardinal directions. The most flimsy, though, had a movement radius of upwards of 5 meters for a full range of 10. The pillars bounced back and forth from their limits so quickly that they left blurry afterimages in the air. It was a speed even someone nearing the 5th dimension wouldn't be easily able to deal with. Seeing such a scene, the youths suddenly got a bad feeling. Those pillars are the best transportation option planet Vincero has outside of flying shuttles. They're structured with several valuable ores, so it isn't necessary to worry about them snapping. But, their movement is an inevitable part of their design. If they were too rigid, they would snap, your task is to use those pillars toward a destination marked 10 kilometers from here. There is both a time limit and a ranking requirement. Only 20 of you will be allowed to move on to the next round, and you must reach the end destination within an hour. Do you understand? Hutchin gave the youths all a deep look. But not a single one of them didn't have a serious expression on. It was clear that they weren't failing to take this seriously. They had already seen through the unwritten rules. This was most definitely not a simple race. Lionel took in Hutchin's words and looked back toward the waving pillars. What a fascinating craft. Usually, if a construction was oscillating so quickly, it would only be a matter of time before it reached its limit. It's clear that these pillars aren't simple. But I guess a 2-star disaster world is worth the investment. The participating youths began to gather. It was then that the unfairness of it all became quite obvious. With so many participating youths from the other organizations, many of whom were clearly here just to fill in the numbers, the problem of jostling for position became very obvious, very quickly. Though there were more than enough pillars, the real question was whether there was enough in the particular direction they needed to go. And the answer to that was obviously no. This was the headquarters of the third party they had enlisted the help of, so of course there would be plenty of pillars in the immediate surroundings. But they would definitely split off into numerous paths and become sparse very quickly. And yet, there were over 200 youths participating, and only about 20 of them were from Valiant Hall. The bloodthirst in the air was practically palpable. "Milady, please give me the honor of introducing myself." At that moment, the somber atmosphere filled with mostly murmurings was cut by a booming voice. A young man with a tall rusted blade on his back, just 1 meter short of his head, practically glided over to Aina's position on a single knee. He had a hand placed over his heart and the other rose off to the side and into the skies as though he was bearing his heart and soul. He truly looked as though he had been copied and pasted out of a romantic comedy. His looks weren't bad either and could even be considered to be quite handsome. He had a strong jaw, partially wet jet black hair and sparkling green eyes. On top of that, his body was well built. Given his strength, he definitely had many suitors amongst women. Having seen Aina's figure from a distance, even with the mask she wore, he had long since decided that he would have to have a chat with her. But waiting until the race was over would be too boring. He had to make his confidence known. Lionel, who was watching this scene from beside Aina, raised an eyebrow. However, the amused light in his eye didn't fade. "I am Rafin, head student of the esteemed Rusted Blade. I would like to dedicate this race to this lovely lady for all to see. I will claim first place as a professing of my heart and soul." Chapter 801. Aina looked down toward the kneeling Rafin, then toward Lionel. By now, wouldn't Lionel have done something? So why was he just standing there holding back a laugh? In these last couple years, Aina had gotten better at controlling her coercion to the point that it no longer leaked without her direction. So, that sort of primal desire everyone had when they looked at her was no longer there. Unfortunately, there was only so much she could do aside from this. Even if she covered her face, the annoyances would come. She hadn't had to deal with such things in the last 2 years, but it seemed that she would have to get used to it now. That said, there was quite a simple answer to all of this. Aina's hand flashed to the side and caught Lionel's arms, subtly pinching his skin as though blaming him for not doing something. Rafin's expression froze, his mouth half open as he had been prepared to give another long spiel. His head slowly turned toward Lionel, but all he received in return for his glare was a shrug and an almost sheepish smile. "Better luck next time." In the distance, the head of Rusted Blade's expression darkened. Rafin was truly not a bad student, but his understanding of timing and place had always been off. Had he done this after the first round, there wouldn't have been an issue. But, to be embarrassed in such a fashion before it even began would only dampen the mood of the others even more. At least maybe now he'll actually take this seriously. How ridiculous. Rafin rose from his knee, patting it until it was free of dust. Without a word, as though nothing had happened, he strolled off into the distance. Emna. My beautiful future wife. Lionel really didn't know what to say to this. But, as the saying went, you missed 100% of the shots you didn't take. It seemed that Raf Thin had taken this philosophy to heart. Lionel swept a gaze over Emna. She was a beauty with overly pale skin and short-cut black hair. All over her body, sheathed daggers could be found. Just from a cursory glance, Lionel was able to pick out over a dozen tied to her small frame. It was obvious that there were many more and some definitely less than obvious places. Of course, Lionel hadn't looked toward her to compare her to Aina. Rather, Emna should be the name of the head student of Crimson Hall. With another sweep of his gaze, Lionel managed to pick out Wissan, who should be the head student of Misty Woods. He was quite an obscure and low-key character. A bit chubby and even wearing glasses. He was definitely not the first look one would have in mind for a head student. However, Lionel was still able to pick him out based on his strength and the subtle atmosphere of those in his immediate surroundings. I guess that's enough reconnaissance. About time this starts, right? Be careful. Lionel paused mid-movement, looking back toward Aina with a raised eyebrow. She wouldn't usually say such a thing when he was clearly up against inferior competition. Yet, she had said it anyway. He looked into her eyes and nodded, a light smile spreading across his face. At that moment, the elders moved. One of the mysterious four from Valiant Hall along with three others, one from each of the organizations, dashed forward, sprinting along the waving pillars as though it was flat ground before disappearing into the distance. The youths remained jostling for position, waiting for the elders to reach the target destination just over 10 kilometers away. Anxiety filled the hearts of the Valiant Hall students. It felt as though they were surrounded from all sides by hordes of enemies, nearly outnumbered 10 to 1. It was then that Lionel slowly strolled into the back line, not even attempting to push for a frontline position like the others. Looking off to the side, he made eye contact with Hephaestus. Hephaestus' glance was quite placid. But, when he noticed that Lionel looked toward his twin daggers again and shook his head, he felt a spark of rage that he immediately calmed. He's not the enemy right now. There are bigger fish to fry. Hephaestus looked away, a bestial aura wafting out from his body. His limbs seemed to lengthen, his pupils turning into slits. Lionel raised an eyebrow. Ho ho, how mature of you. Lionel smiled more brightly. If they all accepted that their enemy wasn't each other, then this would be easy. Since you've made such a smart decision, I don't mind helping all of you pass. Lionel's palm flipped over, causing a jet-black spear to appear. Chains hung all over its dark body, whipping about as the harsh winds lashed against it. Begin. A booming voice came from the rusted blade head. But, before anyone could react, a massive pair of white gold wings appeared to Lionel's back. As though a leaf blowing in the wind, Lionel, who had been behind them all, shot past the entire group, his foot landing on the first pillar before anyone had even stepped off of the roof. Lionel's body waved about, swaying from side to side along with a narrow pillar. His face was the picture of calm and composure. For some reason, even without him saying a word, those at the very front came to a grinding halt, their rising feet freezing mid-air before they could even take a step forward. An eerie silence filled by the sounds of howling winds filled the space, leaving many at a loss for what to do. There were easily hundreds of other pillars to jump to, all of which could be used to wrap around Lionel, so why did it feel like no matter which one they picked, it would be a death sentence? Alright everyone, we're going to have a very simple exercise. Lionel smiled lightly. The game is pretty simple, even a toddler could follow the rules, I promise. If you're from Valiant Heart Mountain, it's safe sailing ahead. If you're not from Valiant Heart Mountain, it's not. Simple enough, right? Chapter 802. A stunned silence hung over the surroundings. If it wasn't for the howling winds, there wouldn't have been any sound at all. Surprisingly, it was Hephaestus who broke this silence. He sprung forward, landing on the pillar by Lionel. In truth, He half expected to be attacked, but all he received was a grin in return. That was the only sign he needed to shoot forward, his body displaying an agility and flexibility most couldn't match. This change seemed to shake the other three organizations out of the stupor. What had this young man just said? Who did he think he was? The three organization heads all looked toward Hutchin at once, frowns deeply etched on their faces. To this point, there had been a subtle centering of the past events that all seemed to revolve around this young man. From the snicker in the beginning to this point, everything seemed to point toward him. Yet, they hadn't noticed until this moment. Hutchin didn't say a word, nor did his face give away any emotion. Of the three organization head, the last was a middle-aged man from Misty Woods. His eyes seemed to sparkle with something imperceptible as he gazed from Hutchin to Lionel and back again. What are you all waiting for? There are over 100 of you and only one of him. Did we waste all the resources we spent on you? Hutchin frowned the moment he heard these words. But, coaching from the sidelines also wasn't against the rules, especially since it seemed as though the race hadn't even truly started yet. A flash of determination crossed the faces of the youths who led the pack, a tinge of rage coloring their gazes. That was right, what did they have to fear? Lionel's light smile didn't fade. His wrist flexed, his jet black spear following an elegant arc. A surge of at least a dozen dove forward, all of them aiming for a separate pole from Lionel. Well. I tried to warn you. Chain domain. Clang. 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 In that moment, it seemed as though the world was enveloped in black. Whether it was by coincidence or on purpose, even the elders couldn't move out of the way. In the blink of an eye, a world of darkness and whipping chains covered a more than 500-meter radius. Before they could react, all dozen youths who stepped forward found themselves wrapped from head to toe, their bodies frozen in space and a look of twisting pain on their faces. Ah! Screams filled the skies as they struggled against the chains. Whatever defiance they had vanished in an instant, fear coloring their features as they realized the only thing keeping them suspended in the skies was Lionel's will. The moment he no longer felt that it was necessary, they would plunge to their inevitable deaths below. See? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Lionel looked down toward the seemingly endless abyss below. These pillars were so high up for a reason. They were purposely built at a height where the atmosphere was sparse, leaving the perpetual hurricanes with less substance to work with. It could be said that this was the safest location on the entire planet. What was most fearsome wasn't the several dozen kilometer drop below, because with their strength, it was impossible that they'd make it all the way to the bottom. Before they could even make it a few hundred meters, they would be shredded to pieces by the violent winds. At that moment, a small group of 3 individuals leapt into the storm, but Lionel pretended as though he hadn't seen them at all. It was clear to everyone that they were members of Valiant Heart. Thank you. Lionel smiled when he heard this, nodding lightly. He knew that he wouldn't be able to protect them like this later, so he might as well do the best he could now. In the past, his domains could only stretch out about 10 meters, even less within a 5th-dimensional world unless he fueled it with universal force. But, at this moment, not only was Lionel not using universal force, but his range was already 50 times greater. This was the benefit of King's might. It was then that the sickening sound of bones snapping sounded. The dozen figures that hung in the air at Lionel's whim screamed out in pain, their bodies shivering uncontrollably as they were thrown back to the pillar. Consider this a warning. Lionel spoke lightly. I might not be so nice next time. Another group of Valiant Heart Mountain members shot forward. No one dared to stop them. If Lionel could so easily deal with them crossing into the air, given the range of his odd domain, just how hard would it be to stop them from interfering? It was when the 4th group gathered the courage to move forward that a voice called out. By this point, the 3 organization heads were popping blood vessels. Of all the ways they had expected things to go, this was most definitely not one of them. And, to make matters worse, it almost felt like a slap to their faces that Lionel's domain covered them as well. It was as though he actually dared to give them, as mighty 5th-dimensional existences, a warning. Luckily, Wuxia stepped forward. Don't you think that this is a bit too far? He pushed up his glasses, his chubby body weaving through the crowd until he stood at the very edge of the pillar's roof. Lionel's smile didn't fade as he looked Wuxia up and down. Rather than rebutting, he asked a simple question. And what wouldn't be too far in your opinion? That would be allowing the race to continue as designed, of course. Lionel nodded. Well, I disagree. Wuxia expected Lionel to say something else after this, but he simply stood there, waving about on his pillar with a smile on his face. At that moment, a chuckle came from Wuxia's back before a light slap landed on his shoulder. It seems you finally lost a war of words, Wuxia. I always told you that that shit doesn't matter. All that does is whether my blade is bigger than yours. What do you say, Emna? How about we have some fun? If we wait any longer, I won't be able to be first anymore. Chapter 803. Emna didn't respond, just the same as always. Instead, she immediately took action. From within the midst of the group, she tore a path through the air, seemingly not worried about getting caught up by Lionel's chains. Oh. Lionel's brow raised. Since he had gained his chain domain, this was the first time anyone had so confidently seen through its deficiencies. He had to say, for Emna to accomplish this with just a single look and a moment of observation was impressive. I wonder, could I have her as one of my generals too? If others knew what Lionel was thinking, they'd rightfully label him a madman. Was this really the situation to be thinking about such things? As Lionel was lost in thought, Emna had already crossed half the distance. It wasn't until then that he sprung into action, his chains suddenly lashing out at her. But, as expected, Emna reacted quickly. 2 daggers seemed to almost magically appear in her hands. She twisted in the air, hooking the tips of her blades into the links of the chains and using them as anchors to send herself flying forward at an even faster speed. There was no doubt that her agility and flexibility were both off the charts. Beyond this, her judgment, senses, decisiveness and reaction time were all impeccable. The more Lionel observed, the more he wanted her. Emna had definitely seen through the weakness of his chain domain. At any given time, most of the domain was made up of a net of illusory chains that could manifest into a true physical form at any time. However, could was the operative word. It took energy to facilitate this change, firstly. And, secondly, chains didn't manifest out of thin air. This meant that the only chains that could manifest and lash out were ones that could already be seen. The third weakness was one only those with incredible senses would pick up on. There was a shift in the energy around the chains that would manifest, allowing one to pick out which would gain physical form long before it happened. It was clear that Emna had already pinpointed each and every one of these weaknesses and was even using it to her advantage. Interesting, Lionel's spear spun in his hand, expertly blocking Emna's strike. The shortest distance between 2 points will always be a straight line. Unless you can somehow attack from 2 points more than 2 meters apart simultaneously, I'll always be able to block your 2 daggers with a spin of my spear. And now. You also don't have any footing left and I definitely won't manifest any more chains for you. So, what will you do? Rather than having these thoughts as a form of a taunt, Lionel's eyes shone as though he was testing someone, almost like he was giving a job interview rather than fighting a life or death battle. The pillar Lionel stood on was just 2 feet wide and it was still in the process of whipping back and forth in the wind. There was definitely no space for another person to step onto it. And, even if there was, why would Lionel allow that? Emna, though, dealt with this issue without a single shred of awkwardness. Using the momentum of her failed strike, she dove backward, agilely landing on a pillar 10 meters to Lionel's right. Lionel's eyes glowed. She already had her escape plan mapped out from the very beginning. She struck with her left dagger far heavier than her right, forcing me to compensate for the power imbalance. Using that momentum, she leapt backward, confident that I wouldn't be able to block her in time. Lionel had obviously moved most of his illusory chains before him to compensate for the large mass of enemies he was facing, leaving Emna with more than enough gaps to shoot through on his right. Lionel's gaze seemed to be lit with a fire as he scanned Emna up and down. For some reason, despite having dealt with Rafthen's ogling for much of her life, Emna felt particularly uncomfortable at this moment. It was as though she was stark naked before Lionel and there was nothing she could do to cover up. "Hey!" Lionel suddenly called out, startling Emna for some reason. "I want you to become one of my generals, what do you say?" Emna was completely startled, her face flushing. One would have thought that Lionel had asked her to follow him into bed. Aina's expression became a bit weird in the distance, though no one could see it beneath her mask. Could this count as sexual harassment too? Well, this probably isn't the best time to ask, you don't say. Everyone seemed to be of one thought at this moment despite having stood on opposite sides before. But, think about it. If you accept, I'll make you as many quasi-bronze daggers as you can handle. Emna and the others were completely speechless. What nonsense was this man talking about? It was only those of valiant heart that understood Lionel wasn't bluffing at all. "Are you flirting with my woman?" Rafthen snapped. "Damn it. This selfish bastard wants to hog all the beauties. Let's go, Wuxia." Rafthen shot forward, unsheathing his massive 3-meter-long rusted blade. Compared to Emna's approach, his own was far different. A blazing universal force shot around him, the illusory images of a two-season dichotomy forming. On one side, there was the harsh reality of winter. On the other, there was the beaming heat of summer. This was the fifth weakness of Lionel's chain domain. The fourth was the split moment it took for the chains to manifest from their illusory form. As for this fifth, it was that this time could be even further slowed and even completely halted under the influence of certain forces, among which were the forces of the Four Seasons realm. Lionel's wrist flickered once again, the aura of his spear suddenly unleashing. At that moment, the presence of a quasi-bronze spear made itself known. Lionel grinned. These three-head students shouldn't be far from Raylion in strength, otherwise they wouldn't be able to share a title with him. Though, Raylion no longer held it. Lionel was quite eager to see the depths of their strength. Chapter 804. A resounding clang reverberated across the battlefield as Rafthen's rusted blade met Lionel's spear. To the former's surprise, Lionel met him head-on without much issue, the chains of the spear suddenly lashing out to wrap around his broad sword. Rafthen quickly tried to retreat, but Lionel had reacted too fast. Though he managed to pull back before the chains could wrap all the way around, the momentum he lost from freeing himself left him far short of the pillar he was aiming for. Rafthen plummeted down from the skies. It seemed for a moment that just like this, his life would be forfeit. But it was then that what looked like an energy platform appeared beneath his feet, saving him from his fall and allowing him to jump back to one of the pillars. Lionel raised an eyebrow, his gaze locking onto Wuxia in the distance. An energy shield ability could be used with such flexibility, HM? His range is also not bad at all. Energies of clashing hot and cold reverberated around Lionel, the lingering impact of Rafthen's strike persisting. But the harsh pulling and pushing force didn't seem to impact Lionel very much. "Attack together," Wuxia said. "I will cover you." Emna and Rafthen took the hint. And judging by their demeanors, it was clear that they were very much serious this time. Lionel smiled for a moment before his gaze turned an eerie cold for the first time since the battle began. The temperature seemed to plummet and the energies stilled. Even the howling winds slowed by a measure, all sounds seemingly vanishing. Bright white gold wings appeared to Lionel's back once again, a surge of winds picking up around his feet as he shot forward, missing Emna's pincer from the side and clashing with Rafthen in the air. His spear skimmed across the flat of Rafthen's blade. The latter, who had been expecting another clash of strength, felt as though he was swinging against air. This should have been the perfect opportunity. With Wuxia's support and Lionel's lack of the same, the result should have been obvious. The battle should have been decided the moment Lionel was foolish enough to leave his pillar. However, was Lionel really such a fool? Lionel slid by Raph Thin in the air, rapping to his back in a single motion. Kicking out with his leg, he both used Raph Thin as leverage to gather up his momentum once again and send him tumbling down toward the harsher winds below at a faster speed. Wuxia's pupils contracted as he realized Lionel's target was himself from the very beginning. But the question was, would he protect himself by placing several shields between him and Lionel to prevent the latter from reaching him? Or, would he save Raph Thin? Wuxia's expression changed. The speed Raph Thin was suddenly falling through the air was too fast. It didn't even give him much time to think about it all. Not only would Raph Thin soon be out of his range, but even if he managed to stay within his range, the harsh winds would put a lot of pressure on his energy shields. There was no telling if they would last long enough to help Raph Thin out. Damn it. Wuxia's visage warped. He was so used to being calm and collected, but it felt as though a single move had already driven him into a corner. Aren't you supposed to be a battle expert? How did you lose so thoroughly in a single exchange? If it wasn't for Raph Thin being so easily handled, none of this would have happened. What Wuxia didn't know, though, was that if every battle had to be decided in a single exchange, the last person you wanted to fight would be Lionel. The fact that Raph Thin was in the air and couldn't easily change his attack method only sealed his fate all the more. In these last 2 years, Lionel's dream simulations had practically reached a point of perfection in the 4th dimension. Now that his mind was in the 5th dimension, the gap was even more exaggerated. It was then that Wuxia met Lionel's cold eyes through the air, his body involuntarily freezing. Those eyes. Could they even be considered human? Wuxia forgot to act, hardly realizing it when Lionel had already stepped before him, his spear swinging outward. Even though Wuxia was at the very edge of the largest pillar, a place that should have been plenty secure, he still felt as though he was quickly falling into an abyssal hell. The pressure Lionel exuded was the likes of which he had never seen before. He could see endless bloody battlefields and a blade that carved through them all with a cold, calm precision. The weight of everything Lionel had experienced bore down on his soul, sinking him beneath waves of despair, horror and pain. His knees collapsed, his eyes rolling back. A sickly paleness took over his skin, the chubbiness of his cheeks trembling as he sunk to the ground. Lionel's spear didn't even get to land before it came to a grinding halt. His cold eyes flickered for a moment, regaining some humanity. He looked at Wuxia kneeling before him, his mouth bubbling with saliva, his nose running, and tears streaking down his face. According to his simulation, he would defeat Wuxia in 3 exchanges. By then, he predicted Emna would do something to save Raph Thin, but their precarious position would quickly lead to their defeat as well. But now, Wuxia had collapsed before he could even do anything, resulting in Emna still diving through the air to catch Raph Thin. If he wanted, he could kill them both right this very moment and it wouldn't even be very difficult. Clearly, even the thoughtful and meticulous Emna hadn't expected Wuxia to simply collapse just like this. The area around Wuxia cleared out, no one wanting to travel too closely to Lionel for fear that he would kill them all. A heavy silence hung overhead, one even the perpetrator himself hadn't quite expected. Chapter 805. Seems this Wuxia has quite a weak mind. Lionel thought. This was the best explanation. Though, to be fair to Wuxia, he was the first person Lionel had truly made eye contact like that with after awakening his king's might. But, Lionel still believed his analysis wasn't very far off. It was clear that King's might amplified more than just Lionel's attack and defense. In fact, the amplification of his presence and aura was probably stronger than the amplification to anything else. If this wasn't true, the result wouldn't have been so exaggerated. I wonder, then, what would happen if I stopped using King's might passively on my chain domain and used it actively? Would the change be greater than just an increase in range and size along with a lowering of the energy requirements? Lionel turned his head back toward Emna and Raph Thin. As expected, Emna had jumped through the air and caught Raph Thin. Using a dagger attached to a chain, she shot it toward a distant pillar and began to swing her way over. It would truly be too easy for Lionel to deal with them. Lionel reached a hand out, causing the expressions of the three organization heads to change. But they couldn't even make a move without Hutchin, the three remaining elders, and even Aina herself glaring toward them all at once. Their expressions warped when they saw that even a little girl dared to do such a thing to them. But by then, it was already too late. Stuck in the air and unable to change her trajectory, both Emna and Rafthin were bound in chains from all sides, only to be carried over Lionel. Lionel separated the two of them into two separate chain bundles, then broke all of Rafthin's limbs without much remorse. As far as he was concerned, this was already mercy. Even if he was more bloodthirsty, Lionel understood that it would be foolish to kill these three. The reality was that this gathering was only taking place because these three organizations believed that they could win. If it came down to it, Lionel was certain that they would simply ignore all the restrictions and attack Valiant Heart the normal way. For now, they were simply unwilling to pay the cost and chose this cheaper path. But, if Lionel pushed them too far, they just might drop all pretenses ahead of schedule, and that wouldn't be very good for him. Lionel hoped for Valiant Heart's sake that they had a plan to deal with this, because even if Aina and he helped them to win this, there was no way that things would end so simply. Emna braced herself, ready to grit her teeth through her own limbs being shattered. But, why would Lionel harm someone he was trying to recruit? He simply left her suspended in the air and turned his head toward the remaining Valiant Heart members who had still yet to move. Well? Aren't you guys going to go? Snapping out of their stupor, the remaining group jumped forward, disappearing over the horizon. Lionel's smile returned, his demeanor once again carefree. Well, I guess it's time for me to go as well. Lionel dropped Emna to the ground and shot forward. Even as he disappeared in the distance and the chain domain was no longer a threat, no one dared to move and even the elders didn't bother to force them to. Lionel passed by numerous Valiant Heart members. Though he didn't particularly care about his placement, there were only 20 spots but more than 20 Valiant Heart Mountain students. He didn't really have much of a choice but to pass them by if he wanted to participate in the next rounds. Of course, Lionel didn't take this gathering seriously because he knew what would happen even if they won. But, he was still curious about many things. For one, this mysterious third party everyone kept mentioning that had still not shown up. He was also curious about the seated geniuses the organizations were hiding. Wissan, Emna and Rafthin were actually quite powerful. It was just that Lionel was uniquely suited to battling in strenuous environments because of his ability to use it to his advantage. The best chance someone would have at beating him was on as neutral a ground as possible. To make matters worse, their teamwork wasn't very great. Without Wissan's hesitation, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. Lionel was curious, then, about what geniuses the organization would actually place above them. Not long later, Lionel made it to the destination with about 10 having reached before him. At that moment, the mysterious elder of Valiant Heart had a rare smile on his face while the others sported ugly expressions. Many looked toward Lionel, their eyes filled with a mixture of emotions, but he only grinned back casually. The inside of the pillar could only be described as luxurious. Delicate arrangements, precious metal fixtures, maids, butlers and servants as far as the eye could see. The group of students was quite in awe of such things, but they understood that this made sense. It might have been hard labor to work a 2-star disaster world, but one had to be powerful to survive. These weren't normal miners working here. These were powerful mercenaries, often with strength well into the 5th dimension, working for high-end salaries. It only made sense that they would be treated appropriately. Though it was the first time Lionel had seen such a luxurious labor force, he too was quickly able to accept it. It seemed that whatever third party the organizations had commissioned was quite well off. But they would have to be to dare to step into the business of such powerful bronze organizations. They would, at the very least, have to be infinitely close to becoming a silver organization to take such a task on. It was clear that they were very confident in themselves. It was upon entering a wide lounge area that Lionel suddenly understood where his bad feeling just might have been coming from. His mind flashed back to memories of a fat merchant with jingling jewelry and chains as his eyes narrowed. Above, a large, magnificent sign shimmered with all sorts of splendor. Milky Way Guild. Chapter 806. Is my luck really that bad? Lionel smiled bitterly. The issue with the Milky Way Guild obviously wasn't that Lionel was an enemy of them, but rather in what they might or might not know. Lionel was certain that the fat, jeweled man was among the lowest-ranking members of the guild. He might even be selfish enough to keep the information to himself in hopes of making it rich on his own. But the issue was that this was only the best-case scenario. In the worst case, well, Lionel might as well start picking out his casket now. In this time, he had pretty much ignored the threat of shield cross stars. But that was only because right after those events happened, his talk with his grandfather took up the vast majority of his mind. He simply didn't care about shield cross stars because his thoughts were focused on something completely different. Now that Lionel was quite confident in the response he would give to his grandfather, he suddenly remembered just how big of a deal being a wanted criminal of shield cross stars was. If it wasn't for the structure of this police force and the approach Saida and Anared's fiancé had taken, it could be said that Lionel would already be finished. Really such bad luck? Lionel shook his head. Aina, who was standing right beside Lionel, didn't need him to explain what the problem was. The moment she saw him pause and felt the shift in his emotions, she connected the dots. She had been there when they met the fat merchant and definitely knew that the fat merchant had still been on Earth when Lionel's face was projected to everyone. It was quite funny too. Had Lionel not dropped White City onto Earth, the fat merchant might have never known. But who knew how many other Milky Way Guild merchants there might have been at the time? As for where this fat merchant was now, neither of them had any way of knowing. But at this point, she knew to brace for the worst. Aina's grip on Lionel's hand involuntarily tightened. Lionel looked over and smiled, the wrinkle between his brows having long since calmed. The Milky Way Guild? Weren't they just a quasi-silver organization? Lionel remembered very clearly, their highest-ranking member, Augustus Ovaltine, had still not even stepped into the sixth dimension yet. This was still far beyond Lionel's current level, but what did it matter? If they wanted to come, let them come. They'd be a nice and shiny stepping stone. Of course, in all of Lionel's thoughts, he felt that the odds were still quite low. This was a high-level planet and the people that frequented this place obviously had the status to match it. What were the odds a merchant that had to do business in a small place like Terrain could ever be here? What he didn't know quite yet was that his luck was indeed that bad. In a control room located in a hidden department of the pillar were several monitors projecting images from all over the two-star disaster world. From a single look, one would have thought that this place was plucked right from Earth to be deposited here. But, upon further inspection, the reality was far more complex than this. The images were projected onto thin glass sheets that hung about at all sorts of angles. There were clearly no electronics or wires to be seen anywhere in the room whatsoever. It became clear fairly quickly that the technology being used here were related to a complex branch of force arts. These force arts allowed the Milky Way Guild to monitor the whole of the planet for any activity of interest. It was quite a complicated task to handle a disaster-rated planet. There was more required than simply mining its resources. The location had to be protected, the weather had to be analyzed and predicted for safe and dangerous times, and any unexpected activity had to be properly reported. As such, while there were a large number of high-level workers, there were also a fair share of low-level ones as well, many of them tasked with observing these monitors and passing on the necessary information to higher-level officials for final decisions to be made. It wasn't that Lionel didn't notice he was being monitored. He obviously had. The difference back then was that he thought it was only natural, not only because of the reasons just mentioned, but also because the Milky Way Guild wouldn't be a very good third party if they weren't doing at least that much. But now, there were hundreds of men and women in this monitoring station, each of them focused on the 4 to 5 fluctuating images before them. The task was usually monotonous. Most spent nothing but days on end watching winds whip across of rocks that had already evolved to not be very affected by their surroundings. The ones that had it worst, though, were the pillar monitors. At least those who were tasked with watching the mines could observe powerful warriors breaking stone and shattering gems from time to time. But those on pillar duty only had the task of ensuring that none of their roadways ever failed. With the sturdy build of these roadways, such a failure might only occur once a decade. So, most of the time, those tasks with this job just watched as the pillars waved back and forth in the same, endlessly repetitive motion. The Milky Way Guild had long since done that math, and hiring this drone of people to monitor for failures was far more cost-efficient than hiring a force crafter to automate the whole process. Those working here weren't complaining, though. They were paid decently and their jobs weren't dangerous. What more could they ask for? However, there were still some among them that had no intention of staying in such a place for a lifetime, some among them who aspired for more and greater. Within this group, there was one young man who was very obviously not the fat merchant Lionel had met. He got lucky on this day, getting to watch a competition on his section of pillars. But, when he saw Lionel, his eyes narrowed. Lionel's luck was indeed quite bad. Chapter 807. Havoc was indeed not the fat merchant. The fat merchant had never stepped foot onto this planet and had always been far more interested in increasing his wealth in other ways. Havoc, however, wasn't afraid to stoop to any low to rise. The fat merchant had long since gotten used to his lavish lifestyle within the fourth dimension. He had no grand hopes of starting from the bottom of the fifth dimension and working his way all the way up again. The two were simply vastly different people. One was as boisterous as possible while the other was quiet and reserved, laying in wait for the perfect chance to strike. At first, Havoc didn't immediately recognize Lionel. Compared to the last time he had been seen, the difference was too great. Lionel had matured by 2 years, firstly, making his jaw more defined, his back wider and his shoulders more broad. Beyond that, his hair was no longer long and its color, along with his eyes, were completely different. For a person who had only seen Lionel once, it would have been easy to ignore the signs of familiarity and even possible to have even not connected the memories together at all. But, Havoc was different. Compared to the others who had almost dead eyes as they scanned their monitors, his had always been like that of a hawk's, scanning through every detail with a meticulous tediousness that others wouldn't care to suffer through. It took a while, but Havoc finally remembered. Years ago, he had taken some work on terrain. Unlike the fat merchant who frequented that world to begin with, Havoc had been there because that was where his research led. Terrain was a world exceptionally close to Earth and there had been a more than 90% likelihood that when Earth opened its doors for trade, Terrain would be the first it gravitated toward. Havoc refused to allow lucky bastards like the fat merchant, without foresight and forethinking, to benefit from something like this. So, he had begun plans to carve out a foothold for himself. Unfortunately, because of the suspicious nature of all his covert actions, he had been flagged by Shield Cross stars a lot like Lionel had been. But while Lionel managed to have his erased in just a few weeks, Havoc still bore his mark to this day, something that enraged him to no end. Due to this mark, he had to delay a lot of his plans and could only barely get this job. That aside, he ended up getting swept up into the war not much unlike many others who had come from different planets and had thus seen the projection of Lionel's wanted poster. Until this point, Havoc had simply stored this at the back of his mind. Though the reward was exceptionally handsome, it didn't matter if he couldn't find or locate Lionel for himself. But as time passed, Havoc began to notice something odd. Outside of that time on Earth, he had never seen a single wanted poster for Lionel. This was odd, especially since Lionel was supposedly a Tier 4 fugitive. Shield Cross stars should be doing everything in their power to find him, especially since he should be the only criminal of that caliber in the Milky Way. There was no excuse for him to have been ignored for so long. That was when Havoc's senses went off. There was something not quite right about all of this. So, he began to monitor Earth as well. In the last few years, Earth, having entered the fourth dimension, began to open itself up to forms of trade and communication with the outside world, making this task far easier. And, as expected, Earth didn't even receive a warning for destroying a ship of S.H.I.E.L.D. cross stars, and neither was Emperor Fox placed on a wanted list either. This made even less sense than Lionel's wanted posters not having been placed anywhere. It just didn't make any sense. However, Havoc had an advantage others hadn't. During his stay on Terrain, he became quite familiar with the merchants that frequented the small planet. With how meticulous he was, how could he not take the time to know his enemy? After realizing that something was wrong, Havoc began to reach out to them. Using tactics that were sometimes covert and sometimes even overt to the point of threats, he managed to piece together a narrative that he was fairly certain was true. Firstly, the charges levied against Lionel were, in all likelihood, false. Secondly, the true perpetrators were the cities of Terrain. Thirdly, for S.H.I.E.L.D. cross stars to neglect this, and given their odd actions in detaining him when he hadn't done anything wrong, likely meant that the cities and S.H.I.E.L.D. cross stars were in cahoots. Fourthly, for them to take this path instead of countless others they could have, this meant that Lionel's background was most definitely not simple. It was difficult to tell if these were connections he had through his grandfather, since Emperor Fox remained untouched as well, or if they were ones he had alone. Either way, it didn't particularly matter. And fifthly, if he could learn all of this, he was certain that S.H.I.E.L.D. cross stars could as well. But they hadn't either because they didn't care to, didn't want to, or very few of them were aware of this matter to begin with. From Havoc's understanding, it was definitely a combination of all three. This meant something quite simple. He would be a fool if he simply ran out of this room, shouting at the top of his lungs that he had found a wanted criminal. Even if he got some immediate gratification and even a large part of the reward, his life wouldn't last very long afterward. But there was one piece of information he had been holding close to his heart. As cautious as he had been with everything else, he had been even more cautious with this one. That Mistress Era of the Kiafur family had disappeared that day according to the information he had gathered. But, what was more important was her full name now that her marriage would no longer happen. Era Ovaltine. Chapter 808. You're making another gun? Didn't you say you preferred your bow? Aina, who had seemingly decided to not leave Lionel's side ever since she learned he might very well be in danger soon, was watching Lionel craft for the first time. Well, this wasn't necessarily the first time. She had been in the vicinity before, but this could be considered the first time all her attention was on him completely. Usually, when the two were working in the same room, they would be in their own worlds. But this time was different. I didn't have the skill to make anything better than a bow in the past, Lionel replied. But this doesn't mean I'm abandoning my bow. Lionel had far more flexibility with a bow than he ever would with a gun. The maneuvers he could make, most of which relied on his ridiculous coordination and calculation abilities, would always be beyond anything he could do with a gun no matter how he built it. Sometimes the most ancient way to do something was the best way for a reason. However, there was a reason the gun had surpassed the bow, at least on Earth. For one, the learning curve was far steeper. And secondly, the power would never be able to match up. In the past, Lionel had reached an odd state where his crafting skill wasn't high enough to surpass his personal strength, thus resulting in him not being capable of creating things that would truly help him in battle. He quickly outgrew his pair of pistols. He couldn't form consumable items he found worth using in battle. And, the ultimate almost slap to his face as a crafter was his spear domain ring. If there was one lineage factor Lionel always neglected before he spent 2 years diligently breaking down and rebuilding his weaknesses, it was his spear domain lineage factor. But, there was a very good reason for this. When you had access to spears of a quality far beyond what anyone else had, it became too easy to rely on them. Just think about it, Lionel had access to quasi-bronze spears before he could even make a Tier 5 craft. And now, he could pull out a quasi-silver spear with a thought, but he had yet to even successfully craft his first fifth-dimensional craft. When it came to his snowy star owl lineage factor, following the branches and sub-branches was as easy as just choosing a path on a forked road to follow. When it came to his metal synergy lineage factor, it was even simpler. Just choose your ores to absorb and break open those layered, chained doors when the time was right. It couldn't have been more straightforward. But what about his spear domain lineage factor? How did he measure his progress? Was it by mastering more spears? Was it by strengthening his way of the spear? Was it by improving his domains? Lionel even felt that he had learned and understood more about his king's might lineage factor in just the few days he had had it than he had for his spear domain lineage factor even with years more time. His king's might was simple as well. It gave an amplification to all his abilities with an emphasis on his domains and his aura or presence. As for how to improve it, that was even simpler, just increase his burden. The more people who trusted and relied on him, the more people who were loyal to him, the more powerful his king's might would become. One would think that the best way to improve spear domain was just to conquer more spears within the spear domain ring. After all, the lineage factor stemmed from this mysterious ring, right? In fact, the ring was able to appear within the zone while even the segmented cube hadn't been able to, so it was likely even more unfathomable than Lionel knew. But Lionel didn't believe things were this simple. For one, doing so ended him relying too much on the strength of his weapon. And secondly, there was an elephant in the room he hadn't addressed. There were billions of Morales family members. Among them, there were many who had awoken their spear domain lineage factor. But there was obviously only one ring. So how had they improved theirs? The next logical answer was with universe cycles. Wasn't that how everyone improved their skill, whether it be with a weapon or an element? However, this only made it more complicated for Lionel. His universal cycle comprehension wasn't tethered to a single weapon or element. He had grasped it to its purest form and could apply it to anything, which left his spear in somewhat of a limbo. The current Lionel, though, believed that he had grasped onto something. It had taken time, but he just might have carved out a path ahead. That said, though, his current focus was entirely on his new gun. Well, it was less accurate to call it a gun and more accurate to say that it was a sniper rifle. With the design he had in mind, it would be a behemoth of epic proportions. What he needed wasn't a gun that could deal with cannon fodder. What he needed was a steel giant that could blast a hole the size of a barrel through the chest of a fifth-dimensional expert. One would think that in the 2 years spent without little tally or crafting, Lionel's skill would have diminished, or, at the very least, remained stagnant. However, this couldn't have been further from the truth. In a world with nothing to do and weeks, even months passing between battles, Lionel had nothing but time on his hands. There was no Aina to distract him, no drama to take up his mental faculties, and a mind that was constantly strengthening its ability to split every day. Not only had he conquered all of the quasi-bronze spears in his spear domain ring, but he had lost count of the number of crafts he had completed in his dream world. Even when he couldn't get his hands on fifth-dimensional ores to work on, he simulated their characteristics using the information he knew about them to an almost 99% threshold toward perfection. Lionel's skill had long since crossed into the realms of a bronze crafter. As for his limits, he wasn't sure. But he would definitely be using the fifth-dimensional ores the valiant Heart Elders so graciously gave him to give his enemies a good surprise. Lionel didn't know, though, that he'd be receiving a surprise of his own very soon as well. Chapter 809. Lionel couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This sniper rifle would have even more components than his divine armor, yet comparing the difficulty he had in creating his armor versus how almost easy it felt to finish it, it was almost surreal. You're not abandoning the bow, so I assume this gun will be very powerful? Lionel nodded. Very. It will probably be able to blow a hole right through a mountain. If that mountain was in the fourth dimension, it would probably be able to level it completely. Aina blinked, looking at Lionel's side profile. If there was one thing Lionel never did, it was exaggerate in order to gain her awe and affection. Aina didn't believe he consciously did this knowing that she would like it. Rather, it was just how he was. He was confident enough in himself to feel that he didn't need to lie to impress people, and he had always been like this. Plus, hadn't he already gotten her now? He had even less of a need to try to impress her now compared to the past. Yet, he had still said these words. That only meant one thing to Aina, he meant them. It had never truly sunk in for Aina just how good Lionel was at force crafting. Even before learning he had such a skill, she had been in awe of crafters for a long time already. She could remember memories of her father speaking about the experts who forged the battle axe heirloom she wielded even to this day. From a young age, she had been indoctrinated into believing how special they were. So, when the day came that her man seemed capable of completing things even they found difficult with ease, it was so surreal that she sometimes forgot Lionel was on such a level. Watching him focus so diligently on even the smallest of parts like this left her with an unknown feeling in her heart. What about the recoil? Will you be all right? Lionel grinned when he heard this. This is what's so special about this sniper rifle. I built it with the specifications of my metal body and snowy star owl lineage factor in mind. Even if it lands in the hands of another, it might as well be scrap metal. At its lowest setting, blasting a hole through the head of someone at tier 8 and even 9 if their defenses aren't great would be as easy as me pulling the trigger. At least if this tier 8 or 9 individual is in the quadrant of the universe, anyway. But, at the highest setting, if I go all out, someone at tier 3 or 4, even 5 of the 5th dimension would definitely have to dodge out of the way. Though, I could probably only make such a shot once or twice. Aina blinked, finding it all to be almost too ridiculous. That doesn't fix the problem of recoil. You'd end up blasting a hole through yourself. Aina frowned. Even hearing this, Lionel's grin only grew wider. That's only if the bullet's strength came from within the sniper rifle itself. But, that would make the design too boring. Aina raised her brows. The days passed quickly and the time for the second round was already upon them. Unfortunately, while the start of the second round wasn't a surprise, the circumstances were very different. For one, it turned out that the reason the Milky Way Guild agreed to act as their third party was if and only if they could profit from their internal struggle. A fight for power between 4 of the Milky Way's most powerful organizations? Who wouldn't want to watch such entertainment? And, those who didn't want it for entertainment would definitely want to know the outcome. This battle alone could change the landscape of the entire galaxy, or at the very least, the quadrant they shared. Unsurprisingly, then, the Milky Way Guild sold countless seats, both real and virtual. By the time the Valiant Heart youths walked into the indoor arena the guild usually set aside for entertainment, it was packed to the walls with people. The atmosphere was rowdy and humid, the shouts of the people above threatening to be even more violent than the winds outside. But, that was only the first surprise. And even then, it was only a surprise to some of them. It was clear that the others had already expected as much. What they didn't expect, though, was for the established rules to suddenly be thrown away. What should have been a simple elimination tournament with a perfect number of 32 had suddenly become something completely different. While Valiant Heart should have had the leverage to fight against this, for some odd reason, this change gained the approval of the Milky Way Guild. It was clear that their supposed neutral third party had a certain loyalty, and that was to money. There was no doubt that this change would be far more entertaining. What once was a elimination tournament had become a 9 versus 9 rotation battle. The 3 organizations were no longer even pretending to be separate, opting to combine their strengths into one from the very beginning. Just like this, Valiant Heart, which should have had over 20 participating members, was forced to cut their options back down to 9, 3 of which were already taken up by their seeded geniuses. How could they not be infuriated? Yet, they couldn't even sulk and bask in this fury. It was simply too difficult. With the rowdy crowd only getting louder as the event was introduced, they couldn't even simmer, feeling as though the entire world was laughing at their struggles. As Lionel listened to Hutchins slowly explain the changes, he remained silent. At the very least, Hutchins' own calmness seemed to say that he expected something like this. Either that, or this was just his disposition. Hopefully, if it was the former, he had a plan to deal with this beyond today. I'll go first. Lionel suddenly said. Many eyes looked over toward him, including Hutchin. Usually, they would save the most powerful for last. And though the elders weren't convinced that Lionel was this most powerful individual, he was at the very least not the weakest. But Lionel only shrugged, not explaining himself. In this sort of environment, facing this sort of hostility, you couldn't let your enemy linger around. If Valiant Heart won by a close shave, there were any number of steps the three organizations could take and still come out clean. However, if they were crushed, whittling to nothing before the eyes of so many, even if they took those steps, they would only be seen as bottom feeders and shameless. If Valiant Heart was lucky, the latter path should save them a few more years. Lionel would gladly accept these years too, as they would only help him. Okay. Hutchin agreed. Lionel smiled and winked toward Aina, leaping for the stage to find a cloaked figure waiting for him. This must be the first of their secret-seated geniuses. What's the point of still wearing a cloak now? If I want to see who you are, it won't be very difficult. Just as Lionel was about to pry through this person's cloaked defenses, something he had never expected to happen, happened. The cloaked figure froze, shuddering for a moment. And then, they yelled something that caught Lionel completely off guard. Captain. Ah. Lionel's lips hung partially open. Damn it. Lionel thought. This just got 100 times more complicated. Chapter 8:10. The cloaked figure suddenly charged for Lionel. But, when many thought the battle would begin, he suddenly enveloped him into a massive bear hug. The rowdiness of the crowd continued for a while, thinking that maybe this hug was some sort of attack. When it came to the strongest individuals, after all, a bear hug might be among the most vicious ways to kill someone. But, it became very clear, very quickly, that this wasn't a vicious bear hug at all, especially when the cloaked figure set Lionel down, removing his cloak to reveal a beaming smile. Hey, Milan. How've you been? Lionel forced a smile. He should be happy to see his teammate, but this supposedly good thing was most definitely not one, especially if he was correct. Lionel didn't even need to look now to understand that most, if not all, of the mysterious 9 geniuses that the 3 organizations had hidden until now were from Earth. It might sound like Lionel was angry because he couldn't fight for Valiant Heart Mountain, but this wasn't the case at all. This was much deeper than that. It was the sort of problem that was giving Lionel a major headache just thinking about it. If it was just about winning, what could be simpler than this? His teammates would forfeit long before he even had to ask. It was just the kind of men they were. And, even if there were others from Earth that weren't his teammates, that hardly mattered. The fact they were from Earth meant that they had been training for the same amount of time Lionel had, and he didn't believe anyone who fit into such a category could defeat him, at least not in this segment of the universe. What was the problem, then? It was a matter of flexibility and maneuverability. Things might have been fine if the 3 organizations didn't know the relationship between Lionel and the others, but now that they did, it would be impossible to just hide them all away. Using the snow globe sounded like the logical answer, but he would need the actual chance to do so first. And, beyond that, who was to say that these 9 were the only ones he had to worry about? What about the others that were likely still within those 3 organizations right this very moment? Lionel wasn't naive enough to believe that only 9 total had been sent out. The only potential good news was that Lionel had a feeling that this was done in partnership with Earth. It was unlikely that these organizations would choose to forego this partnership, especially given Earth's potential. At least they wouldn't do so blatantly and without thought. This might give them a bit of breathing room. However, even with this being the case, Lionel didn't believe that this would be a great deterrence. Not in the face of whatever value Valiant Heart Mountain's territory and the Milky Way Guild could provide, anyway. Lionel's instincts were tingling all over. He could feel that he had already been found out, that a trap was being slowly closed in around him. He could understand that if the person he thought was behind this was, that this was definitely the approach they would want to take. They wouldn't want him to die an easy death or be simply captured. They would want something that would help them to vent all the rage and frustration that had been brewing within themselves for over 2 years already. Milan blinked when he looked at Lionel's face and scratched the back of his head. As Lionel's center on the football field, a position that was essentially considered to be Lionel's head guard, Milan was quite good at realizing when he had done something wrong. But, usually, it took some detective work. It had never been this obvious before, which could only mean one thing. He had definitely made a big mistake this time. And it was a big mistake that even Lionel wasn't confident in cleaning up. He had all sorts of jokes lined up about everything from Lionel's hair to who that new beauty next to him was, but he couldn't even bring himself to say it any longer. Milan scratched the back of his head. Sorry, Cap. Lionel opened his mouth to respond. But in the end, he sighed a smile and shook his head. Forget it. Maybe things will be more interesting this way. How many are with you? There's Joel, Raj, and Drake. Milan's response carried an undertone of seriousness, his cadence even and his voice quite booming. It almost seemed as though he was speaking too loudly, but this was just his natural volume. He was quite used to speaking like this, especially given his original profession. Drake? The rookie? Milan grinned. He's already almost 18, Cap. I dunno if we can't still call him that. Lionel smiled. I guess you're right. By this point, he would have already taken our spots, huh? By this point, the entire arena had fallen into an awkward lull. The 3 organization heads weren't sure how to respond to this sudden situation. This was especially so for the old man of Misty Woods, considering Milan was one of his 3 hidden-seated geniuses. What's the problem, Cap? Milan asked. Do you need Valiantheart to win? It would help, but that's not the main problem. It also doesn't mean as much as it would have in the past anymore, considering. Milan forced a sheepish grin. Indeed, it wouldn't mean as much anymore. Even if Milan was the only one in cahoots with Lionel, the 3 organizations would still use it as an excuse to void the entire competition. Then what should we do? Lionel looked around for a moment, his eyes drifting toward a certain section of the arena where a few sat silently, many of whom wore masks. It was difficult to tell if they were hiding something or if this was simply their usual style of dress. That depends, Lionel responded. Who else is here? Everyone is from Earth. I'm not sure if you know them. But, there is that girl that used to follow her around. Lionel's lip twitched. Her? Milan blinked. Don't worry, Cap. I won't mention her in front of your new girl. Scout's honor. Lionel touched his hand to his forehead, feeling a headache coming along. How many times would he have to deal with this, exactly? That's Aina, you big lug. Milan looked over Lionel's shoulder toward Aina, who still wore her mask, then back to Lionel. You met another girl by the same name? Do you have a fetish or something, Cap? The wave of déjà vu almost made Lionel faint once again. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.